ice is full, yeah. I never ate them. They were keep my weight coming up.
This is no different than 2025.
You know your depository for life.
So we're going to have some fun this year. I only have like 3 elections, so it's going to be great.
Okay, thanks. It's hard to read. Good morning and welcome to the first Tarrant County Commissioners Court meeting of 2025. Today's day is Tuesday, January the 14th. I now call the meeting to order.
Tim O'Hare, County Judge.
Present.
Roderick Miles Jr., Commissioner Precinct 1.
Present.
Elisa Simmons, Commissioner Precinct 2. Here. Matt Krause, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Present.
Manuel Ramirez, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Here.
Constitutes quorum.
All right, excellent. So we started a little tradition last year, having a special guest lead us in our opening prayer at the beginning of the year. So we have another very special guest today. He is a United States Air Force Academy graduate. He was an All-American, a unanimous All-American, won the Outland Trophy 1987, served in the United States Air Force, deployed twice to the Persian Gulf, and flew 45 A-10 missions. He was inducted into the College Football Hall of Fame in 2006, and while playing for the Dallas Cowboys, won 3 Super Bowls, including the last one, which was almost 30 years ago, leading us in our invocation and our pledges. Please welcome Chad Hennings. Please rise.
30 years ago, I used wheelchairs. Let's do our pledge first, or you want to pray first?
We normally do invocation. Yeah.
Invocation, okay, let us pray. Father, we lift our eyes to the hills. From where does our help come? Our help comes from the Lord, who made heaven and earth. He will not let your foot be moved. He who keeps you will not slumber. Lord, you are our mighty fortress, our strong tower, our protector, and our provider. We thank you for the blessings you have bestowed upon this nation and we as a people. You inspired our founding fathers to look to you when forming our government, to be that city upon a hill. They had the wisdom to make our first right, the right to worship as we please. We thank you for the freedoms that we have and enjoy as Americans. Lord, I pray for our nation and its leaders. For you have ordained those in political office. For your word says, let every person be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except from God, and those that exist have been instituted by God. I pray for your wisdom, knowledge, and discernment be upon our leaders during this time of political transition in our nation. Inspire them, Lord, to govern with justice and righteousness, to protect those in need from oppression and violence, to set policy that honors the dignity of man and uphold who you created us to be. I pray specifically for these individuals that are before me today. Father, I pray that in the days ahead they honor you with their words and actions, and the policies they set honor you and those that they serve. I pray your peace be upon our nation and in the world. We praise you and glorify your name, and it is in the name of your Son that I pray. Amen.
Amen.
Let's put. See the National Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, including Mason Yancey.
Say the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. You may be seated. If there is another outburst like that, you will be removed immediately. We're going to give everybody an opportunity to speak at the appropriate time. The appropriate time is when you're called upon, not shouting from the crowd. It is instant removal if anyone yells from the crowd from this point forward. There is no clapping, hooting, hollering, or anything else at any point other than during the proclamations section. Please be advised that's the last time you'll be warned on that. Mr. Merritt.
Good morning. Special welcome to our two new commissioners. Welcome to the Commissioners Court this morning. A couple of announcements really quick here. We have 4 items in total that have been pulled or removed from the consent agenda. Those items are as follows. 10A3 under the Administrator section. 10B3 under the Auditor section. And finally, court members, under the Facility section, 10G5 and 10G6. All 4 of those items are still on the agenda. They have just been pulled from the consent agenda. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. All right, Commissioners Court announcements. Let me be the first to welcome our new Commissioner in Precinct 1, Commissioner Miles. Welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Good to have you here. Also new here with us, Commissioner Kraus from Precinct 3. Welcome, Commissioner Kraus. And also in the audience with us, our new tax assessor collector, Mr. Rick Barnes. All right, any other announcements from court members?
Thank you. Yes. Happy New Year to everybody, and welcome to our two new court members. It is the beginning of the year, and in Precinct 2, we begin our town hall meetings once again. Our first town hall meeting of the year is January 23rd at 6 p.m. at the Arlington Sub Courthouse. Our topic is the Southeast Connector Project. Now, don't come yelling at the people. I live over there, and I too can become frustrated as I navigate through there. But TxDOT and South Point Construction will be there with maps and presentation, and they will answer all of your questions individually. And so folks are welcome to that. That's it.
All right, any other announcements?
I have one. So again, this year we're going to partner with the Fort Worth Stock Show and Rodeo to hold the Tarrant County Salutes Veterans event on February 3rd. Remember, this event is going to be free for all veterans. You get free entry to the stock show grounds. And we have hundreds of vendors set up to provide workforce, housing, VA services, anything that you can imagine that a veteran may need or want information on will be here at this expo. It's the second year we've done it, and last year we had an incredible time. In 2 weeks at Commissioners Court, we'll have a reminder and announcement, but I want to put it on everybody's radar. February the 3rd, Tarrant County Salutes Veterans.
All right, excellent. Any other announcements? All right, now we move to our proclamations, resolutions, and presentations section. And something really cool happened right before Christmas, which is we have a football state champion, 6A Division I, from this area for the first time, I believe, in 35 years. So, Commissioner Miles, could you please recognize the great folks at North Crowley?
Yes, thank you, Judge. It is my honor and pleasure to recognize the North Crowley High School 6A state champs. I'm going to read this congratulatory resolution, and I'll ask that it be ratified. Whereas the North Crowley High School Panthers football team has demonstrated exceptional talent, dedication, and teamwork throughout their remarkable 16-0, 24-25 season, culminating in their victory as the Texas High School 6A UIL Division I state champions. And whereas the Panthers achieved an extraordinary feat by defeating 7 programs with a combined total of 24 state championships in their history, showcasing their dominance and competitive spirit. And whereas North Crowley outscored their opponents by a combined margin of 864 to 283 this season. A testament to their offensive prowess, defensive resilience, and overall excellence on the field. And whereas, under the leadership of head coach Ray Gates and his dedicated coaching staff, the Panthers exemplified perseverance, discipline, and sportsmanship, bringing immense pride to their school, families, and the entire Tarrant County community. And whereas, in addition to claiming the 2024 State 6A championship title, North Crowley's head coach Ray Gates was named the 2024 Star-Telegram Football Coach of the Year. Senior Quentin Gibson was named to the All-American team and 2024 Max Preps Player of the Year, and 8 student athletes signed to study and compete at the Division I level. And whereas this historic achievement has brought immense pride and joy to the North Crowley community and serves as an inspiration to the students, athletes, and residents throughout Tarrant County. Now, therefore be it resolved that we, the Tarrant County Commissioners Court, do hereby recognize and congratulate the North Crowley High School Panthers football team for their outstanding achievement as the 2024 Texas High School 6A UIL Division I state champions. And be it further resolved that we honor the players, coaches, and support staff for their remarkable accomplishment and representation of excellence on and off the field. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 14th day of January 2025. Let's give that team a round of applause. I will present the proclamation at their championship parade that will be happening this Saturday. So I'll present the resolution to them, and I would just say that that team galvanized not only the North Crowley and Crowley community, but it galvanized the city of Fort Worth. They demonstrated what community looks like and the power of unity when we come together for a common goal and purpose. I'm immensely proud of the coach and the players, and I'm immensely proud of the residents of Tarrant County in Precinct 1. Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir. Excellent, excellent. What a cool thing. You've made the motion to ratify that. I'll second it. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. There we go. Passes unanimously. Next on the agenda is a sad note. I know all of you here know about the sudden passing of Bill Hanna.
Yeah.
And just a tragedy to lose him so soon. His wife and son are here with us, Laura and Luke. Where are y'all? How about let's give them a big round of applause and honor them. We're so sorry for the loss of your husband and your father. But as I told you when we met briefly earlier, I never saw Bill without a pleasant look on his face. Just a positive guy, easygoing, easy to get along with. I don't know anybody that didn't like him. And you would be well served to try to be like your dad. So we're so sorry for your loss. There's a resolution that we've prepared to honor him and you. I'm going to read that. All who knew and cared for William Bill Hanna were deeply saddened by his unexpected passing on December 30th, 2024. Bill Hanna was a warm and loving husband, father, brother, friend, and colleague, and left an indelible mark on the lives of those who knew him. Bill Hanna was a proud graduate of Texas Christian University, loved all things Horned Frogs, and was a consistent presence at many Frogs home games. Bill Hanna achieved a long and distinguished reporting career that included award-winning stories on rural doctors, the Branch Davidian standoff in Waco in 1993, and a 2008 raid of a compound in West Texas. Bill Hanna most recently served as the chief spokesperson for Tarrant County, where he served a pivotal role sharing public information during multiple elections and navigated numerous notable and newsworthy county events. Bill Hanna was a beloved member of the Tarrant County Administrator's Office, where he forged strong personal connections with coworkers who will always remember his hallway chats, morning coffee walks, and his warm smile. And Bill Hanna was an avid traveler, enjoying vacations across the world with his wife Laura and son Luke, and was always game for an adventure. Bill Hanna will be remembered as a master storyteller and compassionate friend. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Tarrant County Commissioners Court, pay tribute to the memory of Bill Hanna and extend our deepest sympathy to Laura and Luke, his family, his colleagues, and many friends in their great loss. And I also understand that people in the county would regularly ask him to go to lunch with them, and almost without fail, every single day he was going to have lunch with Laura. So God bless y'all. We're so sorry for your loss. I'll make a motion that we pass this resolution.
Second.
A second. Please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously. And so we, normally when we present a resolution, we come up, we take pictures, and I didn't know if that would be something appropriate to do here, but I asked the family if they want to do that, and they do. They want to have this memory. So I'm going to go down there. I'll ask y'all to come up to the front of the podium, and I'll meet you down there.
One, two, three. One, two, three. One more. One, two.
Yeah.
On a couple of other sad notes, we also lost two others over the holiday break. Ty DuPont, who is the accounts payable manager with the auditor's office. Our sincere and deep condolences go to his family, loved ones, and coworkers. And another one that he was only 58, I believe. And Jimmy Gaskell, who worked for Tarrant County for 10 years and was the facility superintendent in Precinct 1 maintenance, passed away over the break. He's married with one child. Our prayers are with Mr. Gaskell's family, and a sad time, and it seems to happen to a lot of folks over the holidays, especially older ones, but these are some younger folks. So we're sad here in Tarrant County to lose all these folks that have served our county so well. Next, we have a proclamation for Tarrant County's 175th anniversary. We just don't know where that is. But I think we have one, and there it is. I don't have a piece of paper for it. We were thinking about having the only elected official who was actually present when Tarrant County was founded, Tom Wilder, come receive it. But that wouldn't be fair. So let me read this proclamation. Tarrant County was established on December 20th, 1849 by the third Texas legislature from the Peters Colony. Which one are we on now? Which legislature? What is it? Do you know?
89.
89. That's right. The third. Tarrant County was named after General Edward H. Tarrant, who led troops in the Battle of Village Creek in 1841, and later that same year established a treaty between the Village Creek Native tribes and the Republic of Texas, opening the region to settlement. On June 6, 1849, Major Ripley Arnold established Camp Worth, a military post on the banks of the Trinity River, which was granted the name Fort Worth on November 14, 1849 by the U.S. War Department. Tarrant County held the first county seat election in 1851 and constructed its first permanent brick county courthouse in Fort Worth after the 1860 election. B.B. Paddock created the Tarantula map, envisioning the county as a major hub for railway lines, and the Texas and Pacific Railroad reached Tarrant County in 1876, connecting the county to the rest of the nation. After a period of significant growth, Tarrant County completed construction of its current 1895 courthouse, fashioned of pink granite from central Texas. Tarrant County's cattle industry, rooted in the early days of settlement, became a driving force in its economy, along with the growth of the oil and gas industry in the 20th century, which shaped the county's development and prosperity. Tarrant County's rich Western heritage and can-do Texas spirit have been key in its transformation from a small agricultural region to a major hub for transportation, aviation, agriculture, education, and tourism. Tarrant County became the third most populous county in Texas in 2020 with a population of over 2 million. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Tarrant County Commissioners Court, hereby recognize the 175th anniversary of the establishment of Tarrant County. So I'll move to receive and file the proclamation.
Second.
A motion and a second.
Judge,
Yes?
I actually think we have an audience participation on this item.
Oh, we do?
Yes.
Okay. Well, who would that be? J. Edward Lyons. Mr. Lyons? Mr. Lyons, present. Do we have a spillover room?
We do.
Okay. If Mr. Lyons is there, we'll have you come up when you get in, but for now, we'll move forward. So we have a motion and a second on the proclamation. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote.
What? You're not going to listen to public comment before casting the vote?
Remove him immediately. All right, passes unanimously. Are you?
Good morning, how are you?
Okay, yes.
Yes, sir. And then just pull us back up here. Sorry about that. Good morning to you.
That's okay.
I just wanted to add, I'll just go off the cuff. 1840.
Sir, one moment here. Give us just a second.
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay, sir, go ahead.
Yes, sir. All right. Okay, anyway, there we go. Sorry about that. May 24th, 1843, on a hilltop, deep in the country, on a tributary to Trinity River, General Edward Tarrant and his men, which included Captain John Denton, had discovered the largest settlement of indigenous people and tribes ever seen in Texas. The hilltop and location of the Battle of Village Creek, which secured permanent peace and settlement in North Texas, is Hanley Hill, and the marker for the battle is in Arlington on Pioneer Parkway. The highest point on the Village Creek escarpment has a tremendous history of which we are significantly underselling ourselves, and the future of the county. The hilltop is a history personified. 1876, Texas and Pacific Track and Railway was laid, passing the hilltop July 4th, finally reaching Fort Worth 2 weeks later. This is where the states and the South united. In 1901, land was purchased where the electrical engineering firm Stone & Webster built the most advanced steam and electric power generating station in the entire world to power the Northern Texas Traction Company interurban line, which provided electrical train service between Dallas and Fort Worth. July 2nd, 1902, it ushered in the modern era of Texas history. Previous to that, in 1878, 4 African Americans founded the Ebenezer Missionary Baptist Church on top of this hill, where a cemetery was began, which remains. The Ebenezer Historic African American Cemetery is largely unknown, and I hope that is going to change. This hilltop is significant to our indigenous culture, to our African American culture, to Texas culture, and must be duly recognized as such. When we discovered the condition of the cemetery and began our advocacy work for it through our nonprofit Smart City Mobility Company, which is a Texas 501c3 dedicated to historic preservation in Tarrant County, its condition was, well, in need of serious improvement. People use the term vandalism, but this was a demolished place that, needless to say, is in much better condition moving forward. We began our advocacy work November 2023, Veterans Day, and we're instrumental in bringing the adjacent property owners, which are Constellation Hanley Power, City of Arlington, and also the Tarrant County Historical Commission, which we have been in work with. After our appearance in front of City Hall in Arlington regarding the sale of 3 adjacent pieces of land, regarding that in Arlington, that has since been reversed. The surrounding parcels of this place were due to be redeveloped. That has since been changed, and now the city of Arlington thankfully owns the surrounding property and the 3 parcels, including 12 acres of Fort Worth, which was, I believe, passed in executive session in the city. I'm not sure if that's public yet. We had the National Medal of Honor
All
Museum
right,
in Arlington.
thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, next we have our employee recognition. We do this every month in honor of our employees. So I'm going to recognize, we get a lot of 5-year ones today. I'm going to call the 5-year ones out and ask you all to stand as I call your name for those who are present. Jason Aviles, Deanna Belknap, Kelsey Bell, Kenyatta Brown, Bradley Burkett, Regina Calderon. Where's Regina? None of the 5 years got the memo. Pablo Cantera Jr., Andrew Connell, Amanda English. Somebody's got to help him out here. He's by himself. Michelle Escobar, Joseph Garland, David Kowarski, Taylor Haley, Tanya Hall, Melissa Hall, Colleen Hardy, Michael Henry, Kevin Hilliard, Alexandria Hughes, Jennifer Jennings, Brandy Keir, Joshua Llewellyn, Joshua Mills, Kevin Novak, Neri Auk, Kimberly Pearson, Morgan Perkey, Irving Romero, Hal Sinclair, Vicki Strickland, and Murphy Walker. Thank you all very much for 5 years. We appreciate you. All right, now for our 10-year employees, if you'll stand as I call your name. Randolph Anderson, Charles Brogdon III, Mary Chasen, Judge, Alejandra Chavez, David Cook, Judge Cook, Eric Crowley, Kalanji Foster. This would have been the 10-year celebration for Mr. Jimmy Gaskell. Randy Hatcher, Susan Hernandez, Linda Herod Rivas, Peggy Lee, Jackson McMinn, Luis Montoya, Sarah Phillips, David Richards, Brandy Rivas, and Judge Kerry Walker. Thank you all for 10 years in Clinton County. We appreciate you. All right, now for our 15-year employees, we have Ross Byers, Rebecca Fernandez, Sandra Guzman, Piotr Moronsky, Sonia Mercer, Michael Nelson Jr., Cameron Wardlow, Gary Williams, and Kent Williams Jr. Thank you all for your decade of service. We appreciate you. Actually, that was the 15 years. I said 10. Okay, now for our 20-year employees, 2 decades. Lori Bennett, Denise Childs, Jennifer Farnham, William Higgins, Alan Hill, Melinda Ortega, Judge Chris Ponder, and Donald Rowden. Thank you for 20 years of service. We appreciate you. All right, now we do our 25-year employees, and I'll ask each of you, if you're present, to stand. Is Sonia Cruz with us today? She has been in public health for 25 years. Thank you, Sonia, for your 25 years of dedicated service. We appreciate you. Let's give her a round of applause. How about Aaron Johnson in Human Services? Is Aaron here today? Aaron has also given us 25 years from Human Services. Thank you, Aaron, for your 25 years. Suzanne Berry with the 153rd District Court. She is not present today. She has also given us 25 years. Thank you to Suzanne. Let's give her a round of applause. And Patrick Parker. Patrick, are you with us? There you. How are you, sir? 25 years with Tarrant County, Console Control Officer. Born at Carswell Air Force Base in Fort Worth. Went to Boswell High School. Spent time in college at Tarrant County College. 3 children. In fact, no one knows about him. He has met George W. Bush and Bill Clinton. What he likes to do for fun: travel, play ping pong, bowl, billiards. Other job titles he's had with the county: Security Control Officer. His most memorable moment: his sons winning the United Way talent show that Juvenile Services produced. That's cool. And what he likes the most: the camaraderie among the staff, the benefits in the retirement system. Patrick, thank you for your 25 years. We appreciate you very much. That's it for our 25 years. Now we have some 30-year employees. Santiago Chavez, been with the Sheriff's Office for 30 years. I don't believe he's here. But let's give Santiago a big round of applause for 30 years of service. Next we have Jeff Hodges. Is Jeff here with us? How are you, Jeff? 30 years in the tax office. So he was born in Johnson City, Tennessee. Went to high school at Everman. Went to college at TCU where he got a degree in marketing.
No frauds.
Has 2 daughters, ages 27 and 24. That's pretty funny. Fact no one knows about you. He ran for Tarrant County Tax Assessor Collector in the 2000 election. There's some deep humor in there. That's pretty funny. What he likes to do for fun: enjoy spending time with family and friends, photograph wildlife, play music. What's the coolest thing you've ever taken a picture of, wildlife-wise?
Wildlife-wise?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about wildlife-wise, but I caught a really good picture of the rodeo of a clown walking over a bull as the bull was trying to get through.
Okay, cool. Other job titles he's had with the county: assessment manager in property tax and property tax units liaison. His most memorable moment, probably 2 things: what all went down during the terrorist attacks on September 11th, 2001, and then the March 2000 tornado that hit downtown. What he likes most: working with the wonderful audit team to meet the challenges each day brings and doing his part within the team to make the organization successful. Jeff, thank you so much for 30 years of service to Tarrant County. We appreciate you. Next we have Nona McDonald. Is Nona with us? Okay, so Nona is the court coordinator of the 297th. Been with us 30 years. Born in Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Went to Northside High School, Tarrant County College. Has 3 children, 11 grandchildren, and 3 great-grandchildren. Fact no one knows about her: she was an interpreter for the deaf and provided sign language interpretation for Red Skelton's last Fort Worth performance. That's kind of cool. Wow. What she likes to do for fun: travel to state and national parks in her motorhome. Other job titles with the county: support staff in the DA's office. Her most memorable moment, now this is a moment we're celebrating: marrying her husband of 54 years. Wow. And what she likes most: helping people. Nona, if you're watching or listening, thank you so much for your 30 years. We appreciate you very much. Well, who do we have next? District Clerk for 30 years, Tom Wilder. Born in Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Went to high school at Thomas Jefferson in Dallas. Graduated from there in 1904. No, I'm sorry. Sorry, that's 61. My apologies. Went to the University of Dallas, UNT. Has 800 plus hours of continuing education at UT Law School. spent some time at Texas A&M, and has over 400 hours of continuing education for his real estate license. 1 son, 3 grandchildren, 3 great-grandchildren. He listens to classical music. That's a fact no one knows about him. I did not know that. What he likes to do for fun: work, hunt, handle his investments, study history and politics. And there's probably no one that knows more about politics in Tarrant County than Tom Wilder. Other job titles he's had with the county: he was a board member of the convention center when the county owned it. He's currently, and has been for a while, the chairman of the Tarrant County Bail Bond Board. He's a member of the IT steering committee. His most memorable moment: marrying his wife Charlene in 1962. Wow, that's one year after he got out of high school. Pretty cool. And what he likes the most: managing the district clerk's office in a cost-efficient way. It can be done. 3 great-grandchildren may become number 1 when they are a little older and they can talk. Let's give it up for 30 years, Tom Wilder. All right, we have 1 35-year employee. Is Pamela Walker here? I don't know if this is appropriate to say, but wouldn't you think somebody that worked here 35 years would look older than she does? I would have never guessed. So 35 years with Tarrant County, holy cow. She's a financial accountant, born at Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio. Went to Azle High School. She has 2 children, a son and a daughter, 2 grandchildren. She likes to do off-roading, camping, and exploring the outdoors. Other job titles she has had with the county: election clerk under Robert Parton, election administrator. Her most memorable moment: the year the auditor's office did the Wizard of Oz for Halloween. What she likes the most: friends she has made while working at Tarrant County over the years, and the experience and opportunity to work with a great group of people through all the years of her service at the county. 35 years is incredible. We appreciate you very much. Thank you, Pamela. All combined, the people we recognize today from 5 years on through totaled 940 years of service. I move that we receive and file the employee recognition. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. And we do have a reception on the 4th floor. So for those of you who are here for this and would like to escape, now is the time. If you'll make your way out somewhat quietly and head to the 4th floor where there's a reception in your honor.
Wilder's not missing the food, is he?
What?
Wilder's
Never. He's always first.
That's always on. They can hear the video. Okay, next up on the agenda is the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Now this takes us to item 10A1, which is to consider out-of-state travel requests.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion to approve the out-of-state travel request, and we have a second. Any discussion on this item? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously. Brings us to item 2, which is consideration of a construction manager at risk agreement between Tarrant County Hospital District and Batson Cook Company for the replacement of 5 air handling units.
Move approval. Oh, move approval.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second.
No additional comments, just if there's any specific questions, we do have Joy Parker, VP of Operations for JPS here in case there's any questions.
All right, any questions for anybody from JPS? All right, seeing none, we have a motion, a second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Now we move item 10A3 from consent to this spot, which is notice of a public meeting. So it's a notice of a public meeting to consider approval of tax abatement agreement with Americold Realty Trust, Inc. I'll move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion before we bring up a speaker? Okay, our speaker is Linda Hanratty.
Good morning. As a Tarrant County taxpayer, I would like to know the taxpayer benefit of providing a 50% 7-year tax abatement for the expansion of a cold storage facility on Blue Mountain Road. The company is not required to provide any new jobs. Could the tax abatement give an unfair advantage to this company versus the cold storage competition? Is it likely that the company would not expand if the county does not provide the tax abatement? The Tarrant County and the City of Fort Worth are constantly providing tax abatements, which is one of the reasons our real estate taxes are so high. This may be a great deal, but I can't tell from the documentation provided. It is time to stop giving so many tax abatements without justifying such abatements to local taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you. So just so we're clear on what this item is, this is required to notice that it's going to be addressed or voted on at a future meeting,
Yes.
February 18th, I think it is.
Correct.
So we have a motion and a second to notice this meeting. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. All right, now we go to 10B3, also removed from consent, which is consider approving the release of depository collateral. All right, do we have a motion to approve this?
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion before the speaker? Robert Bucher. It's Robert Bucher here. Is the overflow room still filled? Okay. Let me see, that's B3. Tell you, if there's no objection while we wait to see if he's there. Oh, there he is. Okay.
I was just wanting to speak on the collateral, depository collateral, not the one pertaining to the property. Is it okay if I go ahead and address that, or do you mean to wait?
Well, you can only speak to the item that's before us, which is consideration to approve the release of depository collateral.
Okay, I was gonna make sure. Thank you. I just have a question. When the collateral was released, right, which is 1.8 million, I think is what I seen on the consent agenda item. Where does that money go, and like, what do we do with that? Or how, like, where would I find, how the direction that money goes?
Yeah, so I would say money's not going anywhere, but if you have 3 minutes to talk. It's not question and answer where you ask a question, staff pops up, say what you want to say, and then I'll have her address it in a second.
Okay, yeah, that's what I mean, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, it's just concerning to me that we're sitting at 2.5 million, I think, that I seen on the consent agenda item, but that's, to me, we're doing a lot of spending and not seeing where it's going, and that's just my general concern, is just like, where is it going? I just would like to see it as a concerned citizen.
Okay.
That's all I'd say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So go ahead and have a seat. Collateral is not spending, but Kim, this is our auditor. Would you explain what collateral is and what releasing depository collateral does?
Right. What we're doing is releasing, the banks are required to secure our deposits with at least 50% of U.S. securities and agencies, and our balances decreased at that time, and so the bank is asking us to release that collateral because we're over collateralized, and our cash balances at that time were $895 million.
Okay, so Mr. Bucher, if you would like to visit with her after the meeting, or if she has time during the meeting when this is over, you're welcome to. She can fully explain it, but collateral is not spending. Yeah, okay. All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Now we go to G1, which is to consider a request from the Tarrant County Bar Association to use the Tom Vandergriff Civil Courts Building for the 2025 Region 11 Texas High School Mock Trial Competition. I'll move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote.
Judge, one comment. They had asked for us to, they requested that we waive the fees. It's about a $1,500 impact, is that correct?
The impact is $3,513.
So basically, traditionally, we have waived this, but we need the court's direction on that of whether they would like to waive those fees or not.
Mm-hmm. So we have a motion and a second, right? Do we have any other discussion? No? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Now we get to item G5 from consent. G5 from consent is consideration of a professional services contract with Park Hill for architectural and engineering services for the Precinct 4 new maintenance center project. I'll move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes. I have a few comments and questions. I pulled this item because I am curious about the processes that this project follows. I 100% support the maintenance center project in Precinct 4, but facilities or the Commissioner Ramirez from Precinct 4 has placed this on the agenda to move forward with an contract with an architectural and engineering plan for that new Precinct 4 Road and Bridge maintenance facility. Do we have land for the thing?
Not at this time, Commissioner, and we are working on that. But
Okay.
that won't, we can move forward with the design. We have things we have to go through to get as part of the process. The first one is to develop design documents. We call them DDs. Okay. We do not need to have the location selected at that point for DDs. That's going to take approximately 3 months to get to the level before we would start talking about we need to know the site.
Okay, so we're going to design this maintenance center there's no land.
That's correct.
And is that the normal process? Is that how you typically build facilities for Tarrant County?
We can do it either way, Commissioner.
Is that how you typically build facilities for Tarrant County?
If we have the land already secured and we know where it's at, if we're building on an existing location, for example, we're going to demolish and build, we would have that information.
You can, but typically you identify the parcel first.
It can be part of the process of identifying the parcel first, yes.
Okay. Because what I have understood in planning for or to construct the Mansfield Sub-Courthouse is there's a process. We identified the land. Next is A&E, Next is CMAR and Prime and JVs and the like. So it seems to me that this is going out of order. Is there money set aside already to construct this facility?
Yes, we have the seed money in place of $10,828,694, Commissioner.
And the proposed cost is about?
It's probably, construction costs is probably going to be somewhere around $18 million, and then with all the soft costs, total budget would be about $21 million.
Okay, and you've got $10 million in seed money, correct?
That is correct.
All right, but that does not include a parcel.
It does.
It includes the land?
Yes, it does include.
So that 21 million includes the land?
Yes, we've included dollars for the purchase of the property. And right now we are aggressively looking for the property. We've narrowed it down. We'll be meeting with Commissioner Ramirez's group in a couple of weeks and show them some of the finalized locations and see if we can come to an agreement there. Then we would move forward with a letter of intent, et cetera, to purchase that land.
Okay. Well, if this is a clear departure from your typical processes, and so it raised concern on my part, particularly because with regard to the need for a facility in Mansfield, the new Mansfield Sub-Courthouse, that has been met with opposition from, well, not the new members of the court, but from this court. And if we're doing everything in order in Mansfield, I think everything should be conducted orderly on this project, not rushed. You know, I can almost guarantee you today, because we have a similar agenda item on next, is for the land acquisition of the property in Mansfield for a new sub-courthouse. I can almost guarantee this group that it will be voted down today. And so I wanted to point that out. I have never voted down a Precinct 4 project because the constituents in Precinct 4 are your constituents, yours, mine, and his. And so I hope that we can get past whatever power plays or partisanship that exists. We clearly need a new maintenance center in Precinct 4. We need a new Mansfield Sub-Courthouse in Mansfield. And so hopefully we can do the right things today.
Any other comments or discussion? We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Next up, we have item G6, which is to consideration to approve a letter of intent to Stillwater Capital LLC for the purchase of 5.7 acres of land located at the northeast corner of Heritage Parkway and Regency Parkway in Mansfield. I move to deny.
Second.
I would also, did we issue a letter of intent for this agenda item?
No, this is the letter from the developer.
They send it to us.
They send it to us, and then the court has to approve it.
All right. We have a motion and a second to deny this. Any discussion?
Yes. Like I just said, we have partisan politics and power play underway. The Mansfield Sub-Courthouse, the constituents there need the Mansfield Sub-Courthouse. Elisa doesn't need a Mansfield Sub-Courthouse. That courthouse has soil issues, foundation issues, plumbing, HVAC, energy efficiency, square footage, all of it. This is not a sub-courthouse that I said we need to replace. there was a commissioner before me and there was a commissioner before her who happened to be the Republican commissioner that that administration decided that this Mansfield Sub Courthouse needed to be replaced back in 2015, 2016. And the professionals that make up Precinct 2, our budget office, facilities management, our administrator's office, both administrators have determined that that sub courthouse needs to be replaced. We've got the land that we need to go ahead and purchase because it's going to only get more expensive. The land is going to get more expensive. The repairs and rentals and replacements are going to get more expensive. We are renting, what is that thing called? A backup generator. We rent that thing seasonally. And so I just want our taxpayers to see that partisanship is at work. It was a Republican commissioner who started this whole process. And because a Democratic commissioner sits in the seat, now they are interested in no Mansfield Sub Courthouse. For the constituents that stand on the steps, that lean against the wall, that sit on the floor to visit our tax office, that stand on the wall, that sit on the floor, and every place else to visit our JP's office upstairs while either freezing in the winter or burning up in the summer. So we have got $28.5 million in seed money that this county, way before we got here, set aside to build this facility that will cost approximately $34 million. So we've got $28.5 million of seed money to build a new sub courthouse that will cost $34 million. We've got the money in Precinct 2. Again, we have a professional staff who is prepared for this, but you see what leadership looks like. Whatever he wants, he gets. Whatever I want for my constituents is a problem.
I wasn't even going to say a word, but there's so many things you just lobbed out there that are so ridiculous.
Okay, go for it.
Other than the fact that this has already been voted down twice, and other than the fact that people previously voting it down were Republican, what evidence do you have of any kind that this is partisan, other than we're Republicans? Not good management, good business, not thinking we need to build a brand new building for $30 to $50 million when the building is only, 20-something years old?
24.
What? I'm sorry?
24 years old.
Okay. What evidence do you have to suggest it's partisan other than that we're Republicans?
Again, you have had an entire professional staff. You've had studies, you've had data, you've had studies on the soil samples, the foundation, everything. Everything everybody has told this court, all these people who have worked here 30 years, have told this court that that sub courthouse needs to be replaced. You come in, you're here 2 years, and you decide all of these people are wrong. What else could it be?
All right, any other comments or questions on this item? All right, we have a motion and a second to deny. Please cast your votes.
I can't.
All right, so the motion passes 3-2.
Thank you. Welcome, Commissioner
Thank
Miles,
you.
Commissioner Krause.
Next item is L1, purchasing. Annual contract for professional engineering and planning services, transportation services with various vendors. Do we have a motion to approve?
Move approval.
All right, we have a motion to approve. I'll second it. Any discussion on this item? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Next up is item L2, approval of invoice payment for preventative maintenance for advanced instruments, fluorometer, and cryoscope, public health, $4,800 payment.
Move approval.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion on this item? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Item 3 is permission to take bids and issue RFPs. I have a question on item 3A. Has anyone ever conducted in this county an analysis to determine if we hired people versus contracted out on the security guard services, whether or not we could save money?
I don't know that answer.
So we have?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you come up to the microphone? Or yeah, you can stay there if the microphone's fine. When did we do that?
It's been several years ago when we were looking at the cost of the jury parking lot and the resource connection to have security guards out there.
Like ballpark, what are we talking? 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 15 years ago?
Five
Okay. And what did we determine?
We determined that it was more cost effective for us to contract out for security personnel.
So if we were to authorize this today, certainly doesn't obligate us to go hire security. After 5 years, I'd like y'all to take another look at it and see if it would be more cost effective to have our own folks instead of contracting out, and just report back at the time whenever this will come up again for any kind of vote. Sure. Okay. Any other questions from any of the court members on items 3A through E?
Well, I have a question about when you say your own folks, is that sheriff's deputies?
I mean, it could be, you could do it from anywhere, from the constable's office, you could just hire our own security force. I mean, it could be any number of options.
Okay.
Well, I do think, we're going to have to, correct me if I'm wrong, Chandler, but have we already made a plan for juror parking as LaGrave is torn down and Panther Island develops?
Correct.
What's our plan?
So basically, we have a C-bay of the Plaza Garage that's being built. We have an extension, I think it's through next September, maybe it's this September now on LaGrave. I think the plan is to eventually, a lot of the folks that are in the surface lot now next to the Plaza building would move into those new spaces available in Plaza, and then those that had been parking down in jury parking would move into the surface lot for the morning for the heavy dockets, and then we would potentially have it available for purchase in the afternoon for anybody that needs downtown parking in the afternoon.
And that would eliminate the need for security at that lot?
That's correct, yes, sir. That's correct.
All right, any other questions regarding items 3A through E? All right, do we have a motion?
Move approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve, to grant permission to take bids and issue RFPs.
Judge.
Yes. Speakers. Yes, thank you very much. We have 3 speakers, Julie Griffin, Geraldine Jackie Cox, and only 2 speakers. Ms. Griffin. I had seen that, but then I forgot. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak about the project to upgrade the Cold Springs facility to medium security. I question the appropriateness of this expenditure of $14.3 million of Tarrant County taxpayers' funds. In recent months, since the ending of the Garza County Jail housing contract, the population at the Tarrant County Jail has averaged some 4,200 daily. With a capacity of 5,015, it would seem that the 3 operational jail facilities, Tarrant County Correction Center, Lon Evans, and Green Bay, are sufficient for our average daily population. We can continue to do more to keep our population at a reasonable level by deflection and diversion of individuals with mental illness into a correct level of care, transfer of appropriate persons to the Mental Health Jail Diversion Center, and also cutting down on the incarceration of the 67% of the jail population that is pre-trial, i.e. not convicted of any crime. In short, this is a misuse of county funds. Please assure us that county funds and county facilities will not be used to incarcerate and detain immigrant individuals and families that live and work in our community. Any expansion of jail facilities in our county is automatically suspect in this regard, given the current climate and the transition of administrations. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cox is next. Ms. Cox not here? Are we cleared out of that room? Say it again? Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second on this item. Any further discussion from the court members? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next item is appointments to boards and commissions. I have several I would like to make. I would move that we appoint Commissioner Kraus to the RTC, Commissioner Ramirez to be the chairman of the Tech Share Board, Commissioners Kraus and Miles to the Housing Finance Corporation, and Commissioner Kraus to be the liaison from the court to mental health and JPS.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that item? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
I have a couple of nominations. I move to appoint Commissioner Miles to the IT Steering Committee and as the liaison to the JPS Board.
Well, I don't believe we have two, and that was just passed.
I think we do have two.
I'm sorry, for the steering committee or
Liaisons to the
Do we have two liaisons to JPS?
So the informal liaison, I've only ever known we've had one for JPS, informally.
I mean,
So we don't have any formal liaison relationship. That's something the court has practiced. In the past, Commissioner Brooks did serve previously in that capacity.
I looked at a spreadsheet. It had two spots for it. That's why. I heard you make the motion.
On the liaison system, so we
We
can
need
discuss
that.
it.
Yeah.
How's that?
is there any reason we could not have that today, since this is an agenda item? Are we prepared to have such a thing?
I'm not prepared to discuss that today. But
Okay.
I'm sure we'll get into it off the cuff. What I would tell the board is because this is an informal position, so long as it is appointing less than four to serve in this capacity, I see no reason why we could not appoint two liaisons. It would be a discretionary call of the board.
Okay. Ultimately, the whole liaison program is just a made-up thing out of thin air that is not statutory, that is even not in policy. It's just, hey, we're giving you this informal designation, but we're voting on it. Is that what it is?
That's the best of my understanding.
Okay.
Of this position, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Repeat the motion.
I move that we appoint Commissioner Miles to IT Steering and as liaison to JPS.
Okay, all right, I'll second it. All right, any discussion on that item? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Any other board or commission appointments? All right, seeing none, we move to...
I had some. I'd like to appoint Commissioner Simmons to the Purchasing Agent Board, the Regional Transportation Council, and Mental Health Jail Diversion Center.
There is... I guess you can make whatever motion you want to, but the RTC was just filled.
Yeah.
So, would you like to amend your motion?
Yeah, I'll amend it and just say the Purchasing Agent Board and to the Mental Health Jail Diversion Center Committee.
All right, so there's a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Anything else?
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Next up, we have, I guess, is it 3 briefings? 3 briefing items. The first briefing item is regarding Vernon Ramsey. Do we have someone here that's going to address this?
So we have a cadre of individuals here. We have representatives from the sheriff's office. I believe the sheriff himself is here. We also have representatives from MHMR and JPS.
Okay.
So I believe the sheriff was wanting to speak first with regards to the items.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
We've been requested to give some briefing items. I want to clarify on 2, one hospital death and one jail death that were both in custody, and we had a list of laundry items that was requested. Several things, of course, of active investigations that we cannot speak on. So I'm going to kind of give a 30,000-foot view of some of the things that happened. The last one was requested on inmate Yancey, and I can give you some of the public information that started.
Before we do that, is there any issue, Mr. Cradaville, with him discussing basically what amounts to A and B at the same time?
No, I don't see a legal issue with that, Judge.
It's a briefing item, there's no vote? Okay.
As long as the commenters are given.
Okay, so what we'll probably do when we take public comments is just combine A and B. So if you signed up for A, I'm going to call you, and B, both at the same time.
Very good. Anyway, I'm sorry. Here's the public information on the first inmate. He was arrested by Grapevine Police Department, according to the affidavit.
And this is which one, Yancey or Ramsey?
Yancey. And they received a call to a smoke shop in Grapevine, and he was said to be stumbling around the parking lot when officers arrived. They found him slumped in his vehicle. They knocked on the window. He woke up and was trying to drive off when they got him stopped again and got him out of the vehicle. He was very disorientated and obviously intoxicated. He was complaining after his arrest of some medical issues, and he was transported to Baylor Hospital, where he was seen and cleared and then sent to the Grapevine jail. He then came to the Tarrant County Jail on the 24th of December. His profile, and I'm going to be very careful with this, is his profile fit 80% of our inmates. His profile fit that he had underlying chronic health issues, and he also had an addiction of drugs. And he had been involved over the years since he was a kid, of several arrests for narcotics and that kind of thing. The particular drug that he was arrested for this time was ketamine. And ketamine is often used by anesthesiologists. It's used in the private market, but however, there is obviously illegal ketamine being sold out on the street. Anyway, highly addictive, often looks like opioids, but isn't, but looks there. So he was placed as a high priority inmate, meaning that medical services could get to him. He was in our custody for a total of 4 days. He was seen by medical on 9 occasions. And on the occasion that he went out on us, or that we called to Dr. Hart, the fall was witnessed by he was in a cell seeing 2 nurses when he collapsed. And life-saving stuff was taking place immediately, within very few seconds. And it was worked hard by not only JPS, but also our staff. And Fort Worth Fire Department arrived and assisted, along with MedStar. So we had a lot of medical hands on him. And life-saving measures was taken for over 40 minutes before a doctor declared him gone. That's the overview. There's a lot of details that are still going on. The investigation continues. The independent investigation by the medical examiners occurring as we speak. I don't expect results back from that for months, to be quite honest. And then this case will also be reviewed by the Fort Worth Police Department. I don't see that conclusion until late summer, to be quite honest with you. So it will not be in finality. I think the takeaway is that all protocols were followed by Tarrant County Sheriff's Office personnel. I believe they were followed by all the medical personnel, Fort Worth PD. Everybody followed the law and followed what normal protocols are in these circumstances. It's very unfortunate that he passed, but when he did, he got the best health care we could deliver at the moment, and our people were involved heavily in it. In regards to Ramsey, who was in jail, had been in jail with us since September of last year. He was facing about $1.4 million bond. He was there on 6 counts of sexual assault of children, or aggravated assault of children. He had 7 outcries, according to the reports and affidavits. And there.
What is it? What is an outcry?
Outcry of the victim that he assaulted him. And he was no previous. I didn't have in my briefings any medical issues, and but however, on the day in question, we had several witnesses. He was sitting down and he fell, and was very disorientated, didn't know where he was trying to get him to the hospital. When he, if you pardon the term, he crashed, and life-saving events took on, and then he passed away in the hospital with medical attention. That's the 30,000. Both of these are still under investigation. You know, investigations take twists and turns, so we don't know until we get all the information back if something else happened. But according to everything that we have seen, Tarrant County Sheriff's Office followed all state guidelines and our guidelines, which is better or higher than the state. And in both of these cases, correction officers in particular advocated for those prisoners, both requesting medical, and also they advocated for them by doing CPR and the other things that needed to be done at the scene, which we always do. Is that it wasn't that long ago that the State Jail Commission visited and gave us a no-notice inspection. We passed with flying colors when they reviewed all this, and of course the Department of Justice was in, and in fact applauded particular JPS and the system that we have. So I think that we've done everything that we could do, and our people perform magnificently. And unfortunately, you know, as I tell people all the time, you know, these 80% that we talk about that have narcotics problems, is that it's very difficult on the body. And in that hidden city we call the jail, is yet our rate of death is still markedly lower than the free world. And I think that says a lot for what's going on there. And I do want to finalize what I have to say by saying that both JPS and MHMR here, they're incredible teams. And we collaborate all the time together. We visit with each other about what we could do better, and we find ways to do better and deliver the care and the services that they have. And I think that's what the DOJ saw when they were here. That's what other people have seen when they're here, that it is a model to pursue. And we continue to do that. We have over 200 JPS people on staff in the hospital 24/7, and our medical responses are less than 5 minutes to when people ask for medicine or they have a medical issue. And we have it now that our inmates are issued a tablet that they don't have to go through the correction officer. They can send a direct message to JPS that they need to be seen. And of course, during classification systems and stuff like that, we sort out different folks that need high priority. And we put that on them, meaning that they go to the front of the line as far as medical services or MHMR services. So that's what they do. I think I covered the gamut there as best I could. Still a lot of things going on behind the scenes.
So one question about Mr. Yancey. There have been reports, and I don't know if I'd call them reports, a report that I've seen, but multiple people with sending emails that Mr. Yancey was denied medication. Do you have any knowledge or information on that?
There's no evidence of that. In fact, he was delivered medicine on numerous occasions while in custody over those 4 days.
And when medicine is delivered, that's recorded.
Yeah, it's all noted.
And that's been checked, and whenever he was supposed to get medicine, he got medicine?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Anything else, Sheriff, that you want to add?
No, sir. I spoke probably too much.
Okay.
Okay. Hi, Sheriff. I have a couple questions. I'm not sure if they're for you or JPS. I think the first ones might be for you. At what time, and I think I sent this over, I had Chandler send it over. What time approximately did the detention officers notice a medical emergency? And then how long before JPS was notified? And what's that process? So
is the pod officers have the ability to immediately request medical via radio. And our response time in the jail generally is around 2 minutes that they arrive. And as I said in the Yancey case, he was talking to 2 RNs, standing up and talking to him when he collapsed. They were right there.
Okay. So the accounts that I have received from friends and other inmates that he was in distress for hours and hours and hours, and the other inmates were allegedly asking for help to say he's struggling. I was told that it took a while for detention officers to pay attention to him and notify JPS. So that's why I was asking, approximately what time did your detention officers discover him, and then, or discover he was in distress, and then how long had he been in distress that you know of?
I'm going to make JPS very nervous here, and I don't mean to, because we cannot talk about some of these procedures that go on. But what I would say is that I have seen absolutely no evidence, and I've poured over everything in these things, of what you just said. What my evidence is that he received medical on a regular basis. He was seen 9 times in 4 days. And the officers, when they check on folks, they're checking on folks.
And that's recorded, right?
Yes.
When they check on folks.
Yeah, it's absolutely recorded, and it's part of the investigation. And if we fail to check on them, that's a violation of jail standards.
And so I have that same question for Mr. Ramsey. Do we know about what time was his incident at 10, and medical didn't get to him until?
No, ma'am. He was sitting in the middle of the pod in front of the officer. He fell. The officer rushed to him, said, "Are you okay?" I'm giving you more information than I should, but these rumors are just incredible. Is that he said, I don't know where I'm at, and immediately within 2 minutes, I believe it was, just a couple of minutes, he's talking to a medical authority. They're taking him out. They're going. Everything's happening very quickly at that point. It was a witness followed by 3 people, including 2 correction officers, right there.
Okay, and at some point, all of this will be in a report.
Yes, ma'am.
That will one day become public. And so I think the rest of my questions are going to be for JPS. And I just want to say that at some point, we can hold the sheriff accountable, but we've got to hold JPS, inmate Jamar, and this commissioner's court accountable. This full court is going to need to decide to take seriously the high number of deaths occurring in this jail. We finished out 2024 with 9 deaths, and our jail population is, what, 4,500?
4,100.
4,100. And Harris County finished out 2024 with 10 deaths. Their jail population exceeds 10,000. Okay? So there is enough blame to be shared amongst us, medical, behavioral confinement, I am going to attempt to be optimistic that with these new court members and a new jail chief, and with all of y'all's continued efforts to come down here, put pressure on us to stop these deaths, I'm going to be optimistic that we will see some progress, some changes. And in order to not just complain, I've talked to other commissioners, other sheriffs, that's what you go to conferences for, that's what you build relationships for. And so there is definitely room for a wide spectrum of solutions starting at the front end. And some of those include policies not to book people if they are in medical and mental health crisis. Emergency detention, to crisis stabilization units instead of booking them. Counsel at first appearance, PR bonds for pregnant people and elderly folks, actual continuity of care, CCQ checks, not placing people with IDD on forensic wait list. I am not out to get anyone except the people that seem to be freaking okay with these numbers. We can't ignore almost 70 deaths. And we owe it to taxpayers to bring transparency. These things cost us. These deaths cost us. They cost you, your taxpayer dollars. We've got to reduce the cost. We've got to reduce the loss of lives. And to the Yancey family and to the Ramsey family, I've spoken with the Yancey family, and representatives are here today from that family. I offer my condolences, and I pledge that if I have to single-handedly do it, I'm going to continue to attempt to get to the bottom of this. And I hope this county staff and I hope these commissioners will see the issue. And there are several. I have some questions for JPS.
Anything you'd like to say, Sheriff?
Well, is the realistic thought of nobody dying while in custody is absolutely absurd. And, these people, we have people right now that have DNRs on them in the hospital that are dying from some disease, but they're in custody because they killed people or they raped somebody. And nobody wants them out of custody because they're a threat to safety of the country or the county. So there's got to be some reasonableness thoughts on how do we stop natural deaths. Somebody drops dead of a heart attack, happens all the time. I mean, we just celebrated Bill Hanna, God rest his soul. But there are other people of all ages that this happens to in the free world all the time. But once they come into custody, we can't give them an immortal pill.
I do not expect 0 deaths in the jail. But I've got to redact some information here. This was forwarded to me on January 2nd. I just saw it last night. My name is Crystal Duffy, and I am concerned about my son's safety. His name is Kristen Harrison, and he is located at Tarrant County Jail. He called yesterday to let me know that officer, I'm not going to say that name, is continuing to threaten him. The officer threatened to kill him, told him, F your mother. He told my son he would die in jail. This is the second time I've written a complaint about this officer. I'm afraid for my son because of the terrible things I've seen and heard on TV about Tarrant County Jail. So can someone please check into why this officer, who is supposed to be protecting instead of threatening, is doing this, and can someone get in touch with me? She is a constituent of mine and reached out to me. She lives in Arlington. So
she's claimed she's filed complaints.
that's what I'll share with you so you can have the name and the phone number and all that stuff. So I have to ask the questions. I have to be concerned about this.
And I would very much say you get those, forward them to us. We get those all the time, and we always, 100% of the time, run them down to see what's happening. And about 99.9% of the time, it's not true. But we're happy to continue doing that. We don't sit back and let it go. We chase them down. But if we don't have it or we don't know about it, we can't.
All right, any other questions for the sheriff? All right, thanks, Sheriff. Then we have, do you have a presentation, or are you here to answer questions?
Well, my name is Zelia Ball, and I'm the Executive Vice President for Behavioral and Correctional Health at JPS. So I'm here to give an overview of the healthcare services that we provide in the
Okay,
jail.
so hang on just a second here, just to make sure we're clear. Are you about to give some overview of protocol and procedures related to medical and behavioral health incidents involving arrestees?
Medical.
Okay, so is there any other item from the court or any other questions from the court related to the briefing regarding Mr. Ramsey or the briefing regarding Mason Yancey?
I'm going to ask her questions about Yancey and Ramsey, but she can do her overview.
Okay, so we're basically moved on to 3, and if I told these folks that I would call them up together to speak on the on both A and B together. Now we're basically moving to C. We don't exactly conduct polls here of the audience, but what is the court's pleasure? Bring speakers who signed up for A and B now, or continue hearing from them and then bring all speakers up at the end? Anybody have any thoughts? On the court.
Oh.
On the court. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say go ahead.
I say continue.
Yes, let her.
Okay.
Good morning and Happy New Year. We thank you for the opportunity to meet with you this morning. I'm happy to share with you an overview of how we deliver medical care in the county jail. Unfortunately, as you're probably aware, I will not be able to provide any patient-specific information beyond what the sheriff has shared in his briefing. JPS has medical providers along with nursing staff available 24 hours per day in the jail to address urgent and chronic medical needs for inmates. Additionally, all inmates are screened during the jail intake process. As part of the medical intake, inmates are asked questions to provide their medical condition, or questioned and asked to provide answers and information regarding their medical conditions and a list of the medications they take on a routine basis. This can be challenging for our nurses during medical intake because sometimes the inmates do not know or they do not want to tell us. When behavioral health needs are identified during intake, including when an inmate reports that they routinely take psychotropic medications, we immediately refer those inmates to MHMR, which handles the behavioral health needs at the jail. We provide primarily outpatient care, much like a clinic. We do not operate a hospital in the jail. Our services include primary care for those inmates that need medical care, but not all inmates receive ongoing or continuous medical care. If the care is needed, we follow that inmate during the time of incarceration, and inmates are entitled to refuse care or to be seen by the medical staff. Inmates are also entitled to refuse their medications. They have the same rights as other patients when it comes to their care and treatment in the jail. We do provide other limited outpatient services beyond primary care. If a patient has an ongoing or urgent need beyond what we're able to provide in the jail, that individual is transported to JPS Hospital for further care and treatment. We also have access to a dedicated pharmacy in the jail that is available 24 hours per day. Regarding protocols, any inmate is allowed to request care from medical. They can do so via the computer tablets that the sheriff was referencing, or they can tell the correctional officer in their pod that they need to see or want to see medical. At which point we do respond to those requests. The requests are triaged by RNs daily based on their level of urgency and what the inmate has requested. We have clinics in all of the jails to see patients. We also respond to calls for medical assistance in the jail. You may wait a second.
Yeah, we're going to take a recess now. We'll be back in 5 minutes. I would advise everyone to stay in this room momentarily until that situation is dealt with.
Crown's left. Crown's left. Dr. Crown. I don't think he was going to say anything, but he said, I've done enough investigations on these situations. I'm moving on.
All right, we're back after a short break. I was going to read this in a little bit, but now seems like an appropriate time to read it. I think every member of this court wants people to be able to participate, wants people to be able to speak and have their time, but we are also going to maintain decorum here and out there. I'm the presiding officer. I'm the one in charge of decorum. I'm the one in charge of people's safety. So I take that role very seriously. We will probably adopt a policy, a new policy, an updated policy regarding speakers here sometime in the next 30 days or so. But for now, I'm going to read the policy that's been in effect here for longer than I think everyone, for sure, longer than everyone on this dais has been in their seats. It is the intention of the Tarrant County Commissioners Court to provide open access to the citizens of Tarrant County to address the Commissioners Court and to express themselves on issues of county government. Members of the public are reminded that the Tarrant County Commissioners Court is a constitutional court with both judicial and legislative powers created under Article 5, Section 1 and Section 18 of the Texas Constitution. As a constitutional court, the Tarrant County Commissioners Court also possesses the power to issue a contempt of court citation under Texas Local Government Code Section 81.023. Accordingly, all members of the public in attendance at any regular, special, or emergency meeting of the Commissioners Court shall conduct themselves with proper respect and decorum in speaking to or addressing the court, in participating in public discussions before the court, and in all actions in the presence of the court. Those members of the public who do not conduct themselves in an orderly and appropriate manner will be ordered to leave the meeting. Refusal to abide by the Commissioners Court through me order or continued disruption of the meeting may result in arrest and prosecution under the laws of the state of Texas. It is not the intention of the Tarrant County Commissioners Court to provide a public forum for the demeaning of any individual or group. Neither is it the intention of the Commissioners Court to allow a member of the public to insult the honesty and integrity of the Commissioners Court as a body or any member or members of the court individually or collectively. Profane, insulting, or threatening language will not be tolerated. And any person in the court's presence or any racial, ethnic, or gender slurs will not be tolerated. Violation of these rules may result in the following actions: cancellation of a speaker's remaining time, removal from the Commissioner's courtroom, a contempt citation. Such other civil and criminal sanctions or charges may be authorized under the Constitution and laws of the state of Texas. The county judge is presiding officer of the Commissioner's Court responsible for conducting all meetings. Members of the public who have properly completed and submitted an audience participation form must wait to be recognized before they will be allowed to address the court. Those members of the public that have been recognized by the county judge must limit their remarks no more than 3 minutes. We want people to participate. I'm asking for everyone's cooperation. Let's make this an orderly meeting. For those who have lost loved ones or friends, I'm truly sorry. It's the worst thing in the world to lose a loved one. So let's do this orderly. Let's do this respectfully. I do not want to have to remove anyone. I can assure you the sheriff's office don't want to have to arrest anyone or haul anybody off. So we're asking for your cooperation moving forward. No speaking out from the crowd. I will enforce that. I will remove you. Okay, now we're going to continue with the meeting. Go ahead where you were.
Thank you, Judge. We were getting ready to talk about protocols for how inmates can access medical care in the jail. Any inmate can request medical or behavioral health care in the jail. They can do that via request on the computer tablets that the inmates have, or they can reach out to a correctional officer that's in their pod and say, I want to see medical. And we have RNs that triage all medical requests 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and triage in order of severity and requests. We have clinics in all of our jails to see the inmates for their medical needs and requests. We also respond to calls for medical assistance in the jail in accordance with the nature and severity of the call. So it could be someone, a correctional officer may think someone might not look right or they're acting different, so they may call for medical to come and observe the inmate or do an evaluation, at which point then medical decisions potentially could be made. If the call indicates it's a medical emergency, our clinical team will respond to assess the individual experiencing the emergency and deliver the care that is deemed clinically appropriate for the circumstances. If the call indicates that resuscitative efforts may be necessary, our clinical team responds with the equipment and personnel necessary to administer CPR while simultaneously initiating a call to the ambulance service. The ambulance is also called in the event of a clinical situation for which an individual requires treatment from our emergency department. And also, when the Falcon Group was here, they did review all of our procedures and protocols and had no findings or recommendations for improvement. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yes. So I told you at the break that I want you or the sheriff, not sure if he's still here, to walk me through. An arrestee is brought to Tarrant County Jail. Step by step, what are the processes?
Okay. Sure.
Okay.
So when people are brought into the Tarrant County Jail, all intakes go through the Lamar Jail facility. And when they come in, they are screened by an RN. So we have a screening tool that all of our nurses utilize to screen the patients for medical issues and also medications. Some inmates have their medications that they bring with them, oftentimes not, but we do ask the inmates what medications they're taking, and some of them will tell us and some of them will not. We are then able, through an assessment with the inmate, through observation as well as what we're discussing with the inmate, potentially able to determine that there's a need for a referral for MHMR for behavioral health services. And so that is done during the intake process as well. And then when we have completed our nursing evaluation, they continue around the corner to MHMR because they're doing an evaluation in the intake process as well, and then also with the sheriff's office for further intake with regards to where they're going to go in the jail, the type of cell they may need, and those type of things.
Okay, with regard to medical, so you determine somebody has something or other. Then how long does it take before you get their medication? Or you establish medical protocols for that person, correct? And so how long does it take to produce the protocol, get their medication, get their prescriptions filled, get their medications to them?
Typically, it's less than 24 hours once the intake is complete and we're able to ascertain what prescriptions they are on and providers approving those and things like that.
Okay, and they go someplace to receive their medication each day or every 4 hours or whatever?
So we bring medications to the inmates
Okay.
in all of the jails.
All right. So with regard to Mr. Yancey, was he given his medication?
Unfortunately, I cannot talk about that because that's protected health information.
Okay. So I'm trying to figure out how we're supposed to know that this man received medical treatment that he should have received.
I think that when the sheriff was talking, he shared some information about that, and I would say that that is accurate.
And the sheriff mentioned Dr. Hart code. Can you talk to me about that? What's that?
That's a it's the equivalent of what would be considered in a hospital a code blue. A patient is down, potential resuscitation may be necessary, and so a Dr. Hart is called.
Okay.
In the jail.
And you've dealt with me and my staff with these things before. I need to understand the setup in the jail when I receive calls from families that say, my brother, my husband, my whatever is not getting their medication, or the ones which I've received that said my husband was supposed to have his hernia surgery 6 months ago. Can you help us make sure he gets this surgery? And I have to call your office, but because of who I am, it's taken care of. Who are these family members supposed to contact in the jail for medical issues?
So I believe that we shared with your office the telephone number where families can call, and it's monitored 24/7 by nursing leadership in the jail, and they will answer those calls and then speak with the inmate to see if the inmate is willing to sign a release of information for us to speak to the family. Sometimes the inmates do not sign release of informations, and that puts us between a rock and a hard place because we're unable to communicate with the family.
Well, it's not even, that's not the concern. If the family member calls and says, I talked to my son or whatever, and he's saying he is not receiving his medication, you tell me to have that person call. I'm not going to say the employee's name. I think there's one of her down there. Is there one of her that receives the phone calls from 4,500?
I think you may be talking about the jail liaison nurse. And that's
Yes.
not
Is that a
JPS.
hospital?
No, ma'am.
It's not a JPS
No, ma'am.
employee? Ah, I thought she was JPS.
No, ma'am. We have, and I'm happy to get with your office, get with you all after to give you the direct line to we have a special phone number that's just for families that can contact medical, and it's monitored 24/7 by our nursing leadership, which we have in the jail 24/7.
So what's her name do? I'm trying not to say her name.
You would have to speak with the sheriff about her role. I mean, she works for the sheriff's department.
But your office has told us to have them call her too. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so
I think that there may have been some communication opportunities, and so I would like to, again, offer my services to you to reach out, directly to me with any issues you may have.
Well, I know that.
Okay.
But
all right.
Talking about these folks out here.
Yeah, and I am happy to get that information back to you on the phone number for families to contact.
And it should be public or published somewhere.
We have an inmate handbook that all inmates receive that go over all the jail rules, medical, behavioral, and that phone number's in the inmate handbook.
And is it on your website so that these families can know?
It's not a JPS handbook, it's a Sheriff's Department inmate handbook, but, so I would not know that.
Okay. It just sounds like there's some processes, once again, and procedures that need to be improved, because I get way too many calls just because I've been out there, and I'm 100% happy to help people, but a lot of people don't know what a commissioner is, right? They don't know. So they should be able to go to your website, call the sheriff's office, get a response, and not call me and say, I've called Miss for 10 days, 3 weeks, and I'm told there's one of her. But you're saying that's Sheriff's Department medical staff, not JPS.
Yes, ma'am.
Interesting. And because we've had so many deaths, it makes me wonder, these medical deaths, if the person hadn't gotten arrested, would they be dead? You know, we're not God. I'm just so curious. All right, I don't know if anybody else has any questions about the processes, but I needed to know what happens when they get arrested. They go through they meet with a nurse.
RN. Mm-hmm.
Your RN determines a protocol for that inmate, which includes medication, doctor's visits, or whatever.
Yes, ma'am.
And those things happen.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? So we have one item you said you wanted to address related to the DA, I think you said?
Well, I'm sorry, Judge, but you had also asked questions
MHMR.
of MHMR, and we work in partnership not only with the Sheriff's Office, but also MHMR, and it's an excellent working relationship. Ramey is my right and left hand like I am, hopefully his, so
So yeah, Ramey, I would like to know your process as well.
Zia did a good job going over some of the process, and I'll just kind of fill in when an individual comes, and I'll just say this, I started, I was the program manager over the forensic program in 1996 is when I started. I do a lot of other things for MHMR, but I've always been over the jail program in some form or fashion. So I've seen it change exponentially to where it is today with so many more services and coordination. And as you heard from the sheriff and from Zelia, we have a really good working relationship, and the goal is to provide improved services all along the way and better coordination. And it really starts in booking. There's guidelines for the Sheriff's Department when someone is screened into booking.
Mm-hmm.
There's questions that they ask that involve medical, and it also involves mental health type questions. And that's a state form that all jails use. It catches a very broad group of people. But if you get a hit on that, the officer's doing this, if they get a hit on that, then it will automatically, they'll generate a referral to MHMR, medical, et cetera, but they're still going to be going through booking to stop at those different stations along the way. So, but a referral will be generated regardless. They also do that CCQ inquiry I heard you talk about earlier, Commissioner, and that's required, that everybody who comes in gets that run to see if they have any hit on a statewide system. And that system, it doesn't have to do with private hospitals, but any type of local mental health authority, any state hospital, state funded kind of a deal, the individual may be on there. It doesn't necessarily mean they have a mental health issue, but it means at some point they were involved in some type of service.
Who does the continuity of care query? Is it the jail staff or MHMR?
Sheriff's Department staff.
Okay.
So it's required for them to do.
Yes, under the Sandra Bland Act.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And then those do generate where they have to send a response to the magistrate that they may order an assessment. So then it goes around to us. We do an assessment. Medical does an assessment. If
if medical sees something and that they think may be mental health, regardless of whether anybody else has done anything, they'll generate a referral to us as well. So we have lots of spots in booking, and most people, their needs are identified in booking, most people. We base it a lot on what we observe, what we see, what people tell us, those kinds of things. So as they're going around, and then classification has an opportunity to see that individual. And they may generate a referral as well if they see a need. When we see somebody in booking, we're going to assess to see if they have a mental health history. We're going to check any databases that we have access to see if that person has a history. We're going to see if they have any medications. If we can get the names of those medications, we can get those verified. We try to get those started as soon as possible. Sometimes we have to do a little research to verify the medications and when they were last given. So that happens immediately once we identify those. We have nurses that start working on that. So our prescribers can write a prescription. So we also determine whether that person needs follow-up assistance, follow-up care. So most individuals are identified in booking. If they leave booking and later on have an issue, they have an opportunity, if they decide they need to see us, they can do a referral. Zelia went through that whole process. Anybody can make a referral anywhere along the way, including medical again. If they have an opportunity to see the person and they decide, there may be some mental health issues, they can make a referral. We monitor those referrals 24/7. We also get calls from families, so we get those calls. And when we get those calls, we address those issues. We also get calls from the Sheriff's Department who have gotten calls from family. We'll say, hey, if family members call, here's the issue. We follow up and address that. So anywhere along the way, we try to address those individuals who either identified initially or later on in the process. I will say, just because having the luxury of history, I can tell you that the cooperation between medical, the Sheriff's Department, and MHMR is better than it's ever been. It's not that it was always bad, but it has improved exponentially. In fact, we meet several times a week, and they go over specific cases, specific individuals, and it's not just whether the person has a mental health issue, but a medical issue as well. And we try to make sure we're on the same page with those folks who have high acuity or high need. And we have staff that they're 24/7, so every day of the week we have staff. We have psychiatrists or mid-level psychiatric providers that are there 7 days a week. And we have 24 hours on call for those individuals who can prescribe. So every effort is made to ensure that no one gets missed. But if something happens and we get a call and that person wasn't caught, we immediately respond to that. And again, I've been to jails around the state. I've been into some other jails around the country. And listen, no one's happy with when there are bad outcomes by any means. But I think we have a process that works really well, and because it takes everybody working together. You can't have 3 divisions in a jail not working cooperatively, or you will have some issues. So I appreciate the support of the Sheriff's Department, JPS support to get the job done.
Okay, couple things.
Yes, ma'am.
So let's look at the Anthony Johnson Jr. case. He was picked up in Benbrook. He was seeking help for a mental health issue he was in the throes of. Was taken to the county jail. Was he evaluated when he came in, and were his mental health issues identified?
Well, honestly, I don't have the specifics on that case in my brain, but I can tell you everyone that comes in to the Tarrant County Jail gets assessed at one of those points, and if they're identified as having a mental health need, then that person is assessed and set up if they need services, set up to get those services or get medications if they need it.
Do they go into the general population, or is there behavioral health pods? I've been to some of those.
No, I'm glad you brought that up. So I left out that part. In booking, when classification goes to house an individual, they'll look to see if we've made a recommendation. There's lots of factors that I don't know that go into housing someone in the jail, but they do take our recommendations. So especially if we think someone may be suicidal, that's definitely going to be put in an area where they're on a suicide watch. If the person may not be functioning well and we're concerned about their safety or someone else, then they may put them in a single cell for their own protection, et cetera. Or we also put people in what we call general population, right, where they're in a room that has more than one individual, an open pod, those kind of situations. So we make recommendations of where we think an individual needs to go. Now, we do have one pod on 59C, which really is many jails don't have this, where it's a general population pod that has a single room, which is different from a single cell. So you don't have a roommate. You've got one individual in there. And part of that's for people who may not be ready for regular general population, where they have two inmates, two individuals to a room, but they are where they don't need to be in a single cell setting with those kind of restrictions. And so that's been in our jail since the early 90s, and it's really proven very productive for individuals with mental health issues. It's a better place to recover, take your medications, and to deal with the issues that you're dealing with.
And which brings up the Kyrie Campbell case, and he was IDD. And was he in general population? I'm thinking he was.
No, I went and saw him, and I didn't. He was not in general population.
Okay.
Yes,
okay.
ma'am. And that's the one nice thing. I can go in the jail anytime I need to. If there's an issue or something comes up, or I just want to go in and see how things are going, I have the ability to go in. I don't have to say, Sheriff, I need to come see somebody in jail and see what's going on. Because we provide the services there, we have the ability to come in and do things. So.
In the NIC report, and the sheriff keeps referring to it as a Department of Justice report, it was not a Department of Justice visit. In the NIC report of the jail, it mentioned that JPS and MHMR use two different record systems that make it, quote, challenging for all medical and mental health staff to have access to each other's electronic health record system. That's on page 15 of that NIC report. Has this been resolved? And that report came out, I think, in June.
Yeah, so there's two parts to that. Our prescribers, the individuals who write medication and do those assessments and evaluate to see if they need medications and consult with JPS Medical, those individuals document into Epic directly, because that's how medications are given, that's how labs are done, all those kind of things. So all that type of information has been for many, many years going into Epic. Cursory, we had information we put into Epic from our caseworkers, et cetera. So that was being done. But full scale, what we've done is we're working with JPS to try to, where information that we have in our system from our caseworkers and our licensed staff will connect, and there'll be a way for that information to be in the Epic system and also their information into our system.
So since June, it hasn't been resolved yet?
There's not 100% where we document in their system, but our psychiatrists, our mid-level prescribers, and nurses do document in the Epic system.
Okay.
Remy, I've got a question.
Yes, sir.
So I guess it does pertain to the Johnson case specifically, but not a specific question about that. I'll ask you about the system. Mm-hmm. So arguably, family called, there's a mental health crisis. If the police department that arrests him, if he doesn't present and there's no referral made on the front end from either Tarrant County staff or MHMR JPS staff, is there a system that tracks initial calls, all of that data from the initial encounter to essentially funnel somebody to the correct place if they're in mental health crisis? Is there a system that does that without the person having to self-report? Because obviously, a lot of the times that's not the case. Someone won't tell you if they're suicidal. Someone won't tell you if they're in crisis. You won't know. Is there something that on the front end there's a capture?
Yeah, I can't confirm that, Commissioner, but I do. My understanding is the officers do relay information to the intake officers on what happened, what was going on, those kinds of things. So especially if they think they might be suicidal, there may be something that I'm just not aware of. Other than that, but my understanding is that does occur.
So the only thing that's there is kind of that continuity of care requirement to report, but there is no system that speaks to each other where that type of, whatever the medical call came in or something, I mean, I guess that is a hole there that.
It could be, I just don't, I'm not aware. But yes, I understand your point. Yes, sir.
All right, any other questions or comments?
I'll make a comment about this process specifically with the sheriff coming to brief us on the 2 latest in custody deaths, and with JPS and MHMR. I appreciate you coming here. I think the more transparency surrounding things, I understand investigations are ongoing and you can't share everything, but I do think the more information, the quicker it can get out there, the better it's always going to be, even if it turns out to be bad, even if it turns out that somebody in Tarrant County violated a policy or something happened, then the quicker we know that, the better. And so, like I said, within limits, I understand active investigations. I understand the limits surrounding that. But I appreciate the briefings.
Absolutely.
Which is the exact reason I briefed all of them and added them to the agenda. So I appreciate you coming. I wish I could ask all of the questions that these families ask of my office, and we do that with your office. Yes. But in a public forum like this is specifically why I add these to the agenda, so that other people can learn about our processes and protocols and where we need improvements, because we need improvements. So that's the reason I brief these things. We should never have anything to hide. If we make a mistake, a misstep, we have to own it, and we cannot continue to stonewall and block and hide information from even me, the commissioner. I should not have to get my information about what has happened in our jail from the media. But thank you for being here, and we'll talk to you soon, Rainey.
All right, do you have something regarding the DA you want to address?
Yes, that was the first thing, actually. Briefing item A1. So in the Vernon Ramsey case, the sheriff talked about or addressed his medical issues, but the first thing on that briefing agenda is for the district attorney to be here to explain why Mr. Ramsey was indicted by a grand jury 6 days after he died. So there was an entire grand jury presentation, and he was indicted, and he had been deceased in our custody for 6 days. I need to understand how something like that occurs. Is the district attorney here, Chandler?
So we made the request of the DA's office with the specific information that you kind of detailed out here. We did hear back yesterday late from the district attorney's office that at this time they have no additional information to provide with regards to these questions.
So again, I have to go by what was in the paper, okay? And so I cannot bring you good folks any information about why your taxpayer dollars were used to put on an entire grand jury presentation and indict a deceased man. But I've done my own research. As a rule, the criminal district attorney's office is notified of a defendant's death by the court. So I'd like to ask the DA, if he were here, speaking to an empty podium, did that happen, not happen, why didn't it happen? Typically, the defense attorney informs the court and the court coordinator in an effort to clear the judge's docket, notifies the state with the expectation that the case will be dismissed. Article 2.01 of the Code of Criminal Procedure states, "It shall be the primary duty of all prosecuting attorneys, including any special prosecutors, not to convict, but to see that justice is done. They shall not suppress facts or secret witnesses capable of establishing the innocence of the accused. The criminal district attorney has access to more information than the defense attorney in the court due to their role in the criminal justice process. There should be integrations with all case management systems, such as TechShare Prosecutor, to inform the criminal district attorney's office if a defendant is deceased, down to the assistant criminal district attorney assigned to the case. It is reasonable to assume that one of the duties of the prosecutor is to ensure that the defendant is alive before presenting the case to the grand jury to see that justice is done. Moreover, as stewards of the funds provided by this commissioner's court, the criminal district attorney's office, as the chief law enforcement officer of the county, should ensure they are prosecuting cases that can be resolved in the interest of justice. In short, steps and processes should have been in place to ensure that your tax dollars were not wasted in this instance. And it is unfortunate that the district attorney, with a staff of 300 or 400 people, couldn't get over here or send somebody over here to tell us why this occurred. When you have an office full of attorneys, I'm not sure how this occurs and how this will be prevented from occurring in the future. What are the solutions? It's actually embarrassing. As sad as it is, it's embarrassing. But we're not going to get any answers because I don't have them. And your elected criminal district attorney is not here to take questions. So, sorry about that.
Anybody else have anything on any of these three items before we get to the speakers? Okay, I'm going to call two at a time. Well, I'll start at two at a time, then I'll announce the speaker and the follower. It's 3 minutes. Please limit it to 3 minutes. Do not go past 3 minutes. I will ask you to leave if you go past 3 minutes. There's no reason to have a ruckus over it. It's 3 minutes. If you are the speaker, you'll come up to the microphone. If you are second, if you would be kind enough to go stand in the back so you can come up as soon as the next speaker is over. As soon as the speaker is over.
I have a point of clarification, or I have a question, because we kind of combined all of those. Some people, I was going through this, and some people signed up to speak on different ones. So then I guess they'll be called in that order to come back up.
I'm going to call them in the order that they're sitting here like I always do.
Okay.
Gerald Banks is first. Following Mr. Banks is C.J. Grisham. Do we have anybody in a holdover? Do we have anybody in a holdover?
We do. We have about 20 people in 504C in the back, but we have been able to move everybody on the second floor up to the...
Do you have the order of this where anybody that's there has been brought here? In other words, is there any chance I can call a name and they're still sitting in there? Okay. All right. Are you Mr. Banks?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to read names. If they don't show up, we'll move to the next one. If they're in the back, they'll come forward. We'll get everybody that's here and signed up. All right, you may go.
Gerald Banks Sr. Protest after protest. With it being the fourth largest city in the state of Texas, with the most jailhouse deaths, say a lot about the Fort Worth way. I've even marched in the rain with other protesters seeking transparency, accountability, and justice for the families who has a fatality of some kind in Tarrant County jail system. The people in custody should be treated in a humane way, no matter what reason or condition they enter into the jail. What good is it doing us to continue to protest about custody jail debts in Tarrant County when it continues to happen over and over again? This system and procedures need to be checked out by an outside agency that will indicate what's really going on and what in now or has become a debt chamber. People's lives are in jeopardy, and who knows, it just might be one of your family members or one of your loved ones next. I appreciate you listening.
Thank you. Mr. Grisham is not here. Do not applaud. You'll be removed. Is Mr. Grisham here? Okay. Bishop Kirkland, you're next. Following Mr. Kirkland is Robert Bucher.
The way y'all bring it together, what am I speaking to?
How many times did you sign up?
4.
Okay. I would say you're speaking on the first item, which I believe is Mr. Yancey is number 1, I think.
Briefing, I believe.
No, number 1 is Mr. Ramsey.
Mr. Ramsey, okay.
Tell me this. You can get up there and say your 3 minutes however you want to and talk about whichever issue you want. At this point, it's all kind of combined. So we're not on item 1 or item 2, so whatever you want to talk about for 3 minutes, talk about. If you want to come up here 4 different times when I call your name, you can do that. Yes, sir. You can do that.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. Well, I'll start with what I thought was first on the agenda, which was the ADA. On December 10th, ADA Thomas completed a summary of the charges against Mr. Ramsey, and a grand jury was introduced a week after the man died. He died on December 2nd. Our problem is that we're waiting for the ME's examiner to tell us his cause of death. That's interesting because if he died like Marine Anthony Johnson Jr., well, that's murder. And if that's murder, someone needs to be held accountable. And our problem, Mr. Miles, is like in the Marines, we say, crap rolls downhill and never uphill. So we'll get all the people in the lower echelons caught up and we'll get them punished and prosecuted. But the people who set the SOPs that always make the excuse that it's an ongoing investigation so that we can't get the whole truth is our main problem. I agree with Commissioner Simmons. It is very embarrassing that a man dies on December 2nd. By December 3rd, the 372nd court sends a memo that ADA Thomas received. And after she received the memo from a 372nd court, she still goes forward to indict a dead man. Only at December 10th do we withdraw the indictment because after all, the man is dead. So that leads us to believe how perfect things have been presented to us today, how great the system runs. And I call it ACE covering ACE, because that is really what's going on here. ACE covering ACE. And that's why the people whose money you people are holding in your pen, by the pen in your hand, we end up with no answers. And it's always the standard political answer, ongoing investigation. My problem with ongoing investigations like this, we indict a dead man's been dead a whole week, and we don't even dismiss the indictment until 6 days later. How much money and time have we spent? And if we spend money and time like you and everyone here know we have, I say in Stop 6 where my village is, we sure as heck could use some of that money and time that the county erroneously spent trying to prosecute a dead.
Following Mr. Bucher, we have Joe Palmer.
The reason for the jail deaths are due to negligent and time frame to get your medicine from the time you enter into the facility, especially if you're a heart patient like my son who is due to be on the transplant list. As my son sits in JPS by the way of Tarrant County Jail, who does not know what to do with him medically as he is critical. In Tarrant County you don't just go to jail in Tarrant County. You can be falsely accused, medically and mentally neglected, stripped of rights, and convicted. It's not just a normal conviction from the cruiser in the courthouse all the way to the jail. If you end up in the Tarrant County Jail, it's cruel and unusual punishment followed by a death sentence. While in JPS, inmates are not allowed to watch TV, read books, or call family members. How do you handle that? You can have one of the jail staff call them on the number that can be provided so they can be vetted. Also, when you come into Tarrant County, there's sometimes you don't just come into Tarrant County. You go to LaSalle Corrections, which is the old Mansfield Jail, if anybody's familiar with that. When you go in there, there's zero medical. So if you're in crisis, they have to call MedStar and hope to God they get there in 10 minutes with all the traffic. Ask me how I know. I used to work there. I know the ins and outs very well. Very, very well. And everything I heard from JPS, I got to see a little bit for myself. While my son sits in JPS, he can't have a book, can't even get a Bible. A Bible, basic religious right. Because the staff is like, he might smuggle it in. Okay, well, get it from your chaplain. He's asked the chaplain time and time again. I've been in there when he asked the nurse. And he's a heart patient, critical, supposed to be getting a heart transplant, but that doesn't look like it's going to happen in the future. He's a year away. He just got sentenced to 3 years because of a corrupt system. And I would love to share it with y'all on how corrupt it goes. Some of y'all are buddies there. And I would be the one person that I would start taking some of these budgets and I would make it very, very hard for these judges to get all these expert witnesses that will sit there and lie. But that's why they're dying in the jail, because they're not getting their medicine quick enough. It took my son 2 days to get his medicine. 2 days into being there, I didn't get a call. I've got medical power of attorney. JPS not called me one time. He went in on the 4th to JPS because his heart rate was at 40, which is deadly to a heart patient. And he don't have just a hole in his heart. He has a full-on heart problem. And I never got one call from JPS. Great policies and procedures that we just heard about, because I just see lies at that point. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I see lies. I mean, that's just smoke and mirrors. Unfortunately, I got to sit there and lie, and I got to see it firsthand. For the last 10 years, I've worked from TDCJ, I've worked in the adult, I've worked in the juvenile, I've seen it all. And I can tell you better than anybody about corruption. I know I'd be starting looking at all these judges from the family courts all the way up to the judicial, say if you don't play by the book, if you don't follow the court procedures, and you dang sure better follow the Constitution, and if that scares you, this ain't the job for you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gerald.
Excuse me.
Get his number, or give him your card.
Mr. Palmer is next. Following Mr. Palmer is Brent McCain.
Good afternoon, late morning. Joe Palmer, Tarrant County. Mason had a contagious smile. He had a love and an excitement for cars. He was a Mustang guy. I'm not, but I worked on his Mustang with him. Once at a gathering, he came over and showed me some collectible things he was somehow involved in trading or selling. I wasn't particularly interested, but remember being grateful for yet another reason for Mason sharing his childlike enthusiasm with me. It might have been vanity to believe that attending and speaking at the meetings following Anthony Johnson Jr.'s death would spare any future lives. And it feels at the same time wrong and worthless to think if I had known that a friend would be next. I didn't console the mothers of any of the other dead. I didn't stand behind Anthony's sister. I didn't call any of you demanding answers. I haven't even called following your decision to pay no fewer than 9 law firms to team up against Anthony's family. I did figure out at the time that a human being was dying in your jail on average every 42 days since 2017. Is this too many? It isn't really possible to measure the waves of pain, sadness, and regret that will continue to sweep through generations of families long after everyone in this room is gone. It seems wrong to compare to Bexar County or Dallas or Harris. What if 70 is less than their body count? Commissioner Simmons, you raised the point that Harris County has had 10 deaths in their jail, over 10,000 inmates in the same time period. We are not the standard. The sheriff is inaccurate. There will not be a resolution to these deaths. We will never see a redemption for any of this, for there is little of which that this elected body has proven capable. It most certainly is incapable of this. Restoration of trust, a meaningless phrase that, even if sincerely promised, is an impossibility for these families and, to be accurate, for everyone. Commissioner Simmons, I'd like to thank you for your words following Anthony's death when you talk about one of the worst parts of your job, having to go back into a room to talk about how many zeros to put on the end of a check to settle with these families. One of the most disgusting things about these deaths is that you're using our money to fund attorneys who work to try to prevent you from having to do the right thing, which is to settle. I don't know if that's the most disgusting part of the process or if it's the fact that no reforms have been enacted in the jail that have been worth a damn since this first death, since the second death, since the third death, since the baby was born on the floor of the cell and died. There's a disparity in this room. It is sickening to come in here and watch the celebration of the lives and the careers and the deaths of the people that you do hold precious and valuable compared to the way you treat the people that die in that jail. People that are pre-trial have the same amount of rights as everybody else. It's 2025. This is medieval, what is happening to these people in the jail. And you just heard before me somebody who has direct experience with this. At $2.1 million you gave to that mother for her baby.
Your time is up.
Every time.
Thank you. Following Mr. McCain, we have Daniel Feeman.
Good afternoon. My name is Brent McCain. I've worked as a paramedic for the past 37 years. I've seen many patients who have suffered from high blood sugar, diabetic ketoacidosis, DKA for short, and have done CPR on many of those. I've even responded to over the years. However, diabetes is even more personal in my life. My mother-in-law died from DKA. We found her on the floor, unresponsive, covered in vomit, feces, and urine. A quick check of her blood glucose level with a simple glucometer showed a reading of high, which is indicative of a blood glucose reading of over 600. Lab tests at the hospital showed the real level, which was over 1,000. She never made it out of the hospital alive. I too suffer from diabetes, and it's a daily fight to keep my blood sugar down. So let's break down what happens when one's blood glucose level becomes extremely elevated and is left untreated. When one's body is unable to properly utilize glucose due to insufficient insulin, the body begins to break down fats for energy. This produces ketones, which are acidic and begin to accumulate in the bloodstream. This leads to a state of metabolic acidosis. Symptoms include excessive thirst, frequent urination, nausea, vomiting, and abdominal pain. Breathing becomes deep and labored. Kidney functions begins to fail, and the diabetic may become confused and lethargic, often mimicking the appearance of intoxication. Cardiovascular collapse begins followed by unconsciousness, coma, and death. Without immediate medical intervention such as insulin administration, fluid resuscitation, and electrolyte correction, death from DKA can quickly occur. In the clinical setting, if promptly treated, the condition is often reversible, but left untreated, it is fatal. Finally, aspiration pneumonia is highly likely when someone becomes unresponsive and begins to vomit, especially if they're not looked after and turned over on their stomach to prevent aspiration. I have a more complete report of the effects of diabetes. It can be found at https://tinyurl.com/diabetic death sentence. Diabetic-death sentence. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Mr. Feeman, we have Chris Dobson.
Commissioners, I would just like to say a few things, hit on a few things. This isn't just about Mason. This is about all the people who died due to what seems like obvious negligence on the part of the Tarrant County Jail under Bill Wayburn, and they talked a little bit earlier about seeming to blame this on drugs or an overdose or something like that. And, if it was an overdose, then I have right in my pocket Narcan. They should have Narcan. They should have injectable naloxone. They should have had that if it was that, but I don't believe it was that. He was most likely denied insulin, and that was the cause of it. But even if it was an overdose, people who use drugs, people with substance use disorder, they're human beings. They deserve respect, and they deserve proper medical care and treatment. And I just think, he should not have been there in the first place. He was arrested for simple possession of a substance, a chemical, and that's a violation of human rights. This drug war that we have, putting people in cages for what substance they use, and in his case, it ending up in a death sentence after 2 days due to negligence. That's unacceptable. The entire drug war is unacceptable, but they claim that, that there was no, they had no part in his death or anything like that, and they treat everyone respectfully, all these things. But just look at everything we witnessed today from all of these deputies who are part of the same department, and all these false arrests and, basically assaults and false arrests of people here to speak on this. Why are they trying so hard to arrest and remove these people if they're not at fault and they don't want these people to speak? C.J. Grisham was not able to speak because they drug him out and possibly arrested him on a false charge because he has the ability to carry with his former law enforcement officer license. So, they're trying to silence people, and so that obviously, to me, most people should look at that and question that and see that that's a red flag.
Thank you. Following Mr. Dobson, we have Charles Bills.
Chris Dobson, I'm from Arlington. I was a little dismayed to hear Sheriff Wayborn speak and say that he was waiting for information to come in about this case. 20 deaths were investigated by the Tarrant County Sheriff's Office, and then that case was reviewed by the Fort Worth Police Department. That took place over the last few years. I would like to know what outside independent third-party organization is investigating this death. It is not acceptable to have the Tarrant County Sheriff's Office investigate itself. State law says that an outside organization must do that. It used to be the Texas Rangers until the Tarrant County Sheriff's Office hired the Texas Ranger who had been investigating these murders. Deaths. Can this court assure us, since the Tarrant County Sheriff's Office can't, that all medications are delivered in a timely manner? Can the Tarrant County Sheriff's Office or this court assure the public that the food in our jail is not one of the proximal causes of these issues? I've heard from a trustee who was in jail as recently as December that the food preparation does not use measuring cups for salt. They just open a packet and pour it in. He had 9 incidences, Sheriff Wayborn said, and in total of 4 days. That sounds like after every single meal, he had a medical emergency, whether it's diabetes, whether it's a reaction to too much salt, which is a cause of hypertension. This must be investigated by an outside independent body. We cannot rely on a man or an organization which has continually violated the rights of Tarrant County residents, which I'll remind you are all your constituents, I'd like to know, have there been complaints about the food quality in our jail? I would imagine so, right? A lot of them are probably dismissed as people not liking or not preferring something. But is the preparation actually of a quality that you can be proud of? If it is, I would like to challenge this Commissioner's Court to once a week consume jail food. Thank you.
Following Mr. Bills, we have Daniel Wood.
Well, I'm here to talk about appearances because I really don't know the facts, but you know, we've had excessive jail deaths, and then for 6 months, coinciding with the beginning, you know, the election, we had no jail deaths. And then once Sheriff Wayburn got reelected, now we have a couple more. Now it appears that he, for 6 months or so, that he realized that his job was in jeopardy and actually made a major effort and successfully, you know, kept everyone alive. And then he's now slacked off since his job is safe. I can't really say that what's true or not, but you know, with Mr. Yancey especially, that is really an egregious death. He was 31 years old, whether he had diabetes or whatever. He was not your typical drug addict. He had lots of friends, was very active politically. That's not typical. So, you know, and it's pretty obvious, at least to me, that if he was not in jail, he would still be alive today. So, really, you know, I'm asking kind of maybe what was Sheriff doing right in the months before the election, and why did he slack off, or, you know, just go back to normal? What's going on? Thank you.
Thank you. Following Mr. Wood, we have Faith Bussey.
Integrity. Firm adherence to a code, especially moral or artistic values, incorruptibility. Merriam-Webster's Dictionary. Synonyms for integrity: decency, honesty, righteousness, uprightness, virtuousness. I had no idea what was going on in the Tarrant County Jail until my friend Mason Yancey was dead. And then I started independently researching all of the other deaths in this facility, many of which seem to be through negligence, just pure medical, you know, whatever escapism that you want to use. A woman gave birth on the floor of her cell by herself, and her infant died. At what point did we not stop treating other human beings as human beings? We had an example given earlier of people not getting medical care because of violent. I don't care what these people are completely defenseless. I don't care what they're in there for. It is not the job of the Tarrant County Jail to put anybody to death. It is not their job to make anybody suffer for what they've done, if they've done it or not. That's not their job. Their job is to make sure that they serve their time, they fulfill their sentence, and that is it. We need integrity. We need people who can defend these people. They're completely defenseless. They have no way of defending themselves at all whatsoever. The people who are in charge of them need to be held accountable. The man who's in charge of the whole thing, Sheriff Wayburn, he should be just ashamed of himself. He needs to rescind himself from, or whatever the word is, and we need to have a special election for a new sheriff. We need new jail administrators, and we need y'all's help to help. This is your facility that these people are dying in. It's your facility. We need you to take part, bring integrity back, show the people of Tarrant County that we actually do have some integrity in this county, because at this point in time, I don't see it. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. Bussey, we have Katie Starnes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Faith Bussey. I'm a resident of Tarrant County. I hate the fact that Mason's memory has been demoted to just a drug addict who had some problems. So I want to give some background. A little over 10 years ago, I was doing some local reporting for this really small conservative website called Opinion Arlington. I started going to every city council meeting and every school board meeting that I could. I very quickly learned about the corruption that was taking place at the local level and was shocked by how similar it was to the corruption we see every day at the national level in DC. Pretty early on in my reporting, these wacky gun rights activists started doing walks around the city and started passing out pocket constitutions in order to raise awareness for what they called open carry or constitutional carry. I started following some of their walks as an observer and eventually as a supporter. That's where I met a young man named Mason Yancey. He was the youngest in the group by a lot. And Arlington police appeared to enjoy questioning him, intimidating him, and trying to separate him from the rest of the group. But Mason and all of his friends fearlessly started showing up to every city council meeting too, to challenge the harassment they were receiving by local police under the guise of an ordinance that was actually a restraint on free speech. And long story short, they ended up winning their battles for free speech and for gun rights at City Hall, in the courtroom, and down in the Texas State Legislature as well. And then a few weeks ago, we found out our friend Mason Yancey died here in the Tarrant County Jail. We were stunned, we were heartbroken, and we wanted justice. So we organized to show up here today. The more we learned about Mason's death, the more angry and heartbroken we were. The more we learned about all the other deaths, the more determined we became to speak out so that this never happens to another family. You see, some families can't afford to bail their loved ones out. Some families can't afford it but might not think that's the right choice for their family member. The sad thing about that is there isn't a single parent who hasn't practiced tough love at times. And there also isn't a single parent in Tarrant County who would make that choice if they knew the outcome would be the death of their child. Because if every parent, son, daughter, or sibling of an inmate at this prison believed their loved one could die, even before they've been tried or sentenced, there would be riots, and rightfully so. Trust must be restored in this institution because right now there is none. And we know this is bigger than just one person. Many families are experiencing this pain right now, but we want to say to the family of Mason Yancey, we love you, we are praying for you, and we will continue to show up for them until trust is restored and justice is accomplished.
Following Ms. Starnes, we have Stephen Vasquez.
Hi, I have hypermobility syndrome, a connective tissue disorder which commonly comes with food allergies, intolerances, and life-threatening allergic reactions. In the summer of 2016, I was incarcerated at TCJ for 6 weeks, and none of my food allergies were accommodated, which would have been easy. I lost 39 pounds and weighed 86 pounds by the time I was transferred to a prison facility. I am 5'3", that is incredibly unhealthy for me. I could only eat a few items from the trays. Most of my main courses were rice, beans, and salmon from commissary, which I could not have afforded if it were not for my loved ones. While I did break the law and deserve jail time, ignoring my health conditions while I was in your care is cruel and unusual punishment, which violates my 8th Amendment. Even though this was during the last year of Sheriff Anderson's tenure, it speaks to a culture of medical neglect and cruelty over incarcerated people in Tarrant County. That same culture was allowed to continue and increase under Sheriff Wayborn's tenure. Many people experience mistreatment and neglect 10 times worse than my own while incarcerated at TCJ. We know Mason had diabetes and his health was neglected and he died under your care. We know a woman gave birth in her cell by herself and her baby died. It's also worth mentioning the death of Anthony Johnson Jr. caused by excessive force and chemical asphyxiation. These are 3 out of 69 deaths in 7 years. Anybody incarcerated has the right to a fair trial, which is the 6th Amendment. Some of you call yourselves conservative and yet allow the Constitution to be violated under your watch. Allowing people to die without a trial is un-American and a trademark of communist countries. I hope with a new sheriff, we can change the culture of cruelty into a dignified, law-abiding system that doesn't let people die due to medical neglect or violence by officers. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Mr. Vasquez is Darren Yancey Sr.
Your Honor, Commissioners. I spoke to Mason on December 26th. He called me begging me to get him out of jail, saying that he needed to get to the hospital. What follows are two messages he sent me from within the jail. December 26th, 9:57 p.m. Bro, this is a matter of life and death. I would never ask you anything like this if it wasn't serious. December 28th, a few hours before he died. Bro, I can hardly move. Please get me out. His cellmate reached out to me and we have been in contact. This is an account of his last hours. I think it'll answer a few of your questions, Commissioner Simmons. It's a little bit of broken English. I'll read it as is. Firstly, he didn't get any of his meds or insulin at the beginning of the day. He came into the day room. He seemed fine, but shortly after, everything was going downhill. The guard came to the door. He was the first to notice Mason going into a seizure. I was above him, so I couldn't see him at first. Then I asked him how he was feeling. He was able to respond in front of the nurse. She asked, have he had a seizure before? He responded to telling her he had one 3 days earlier, but she said he wasn't really having a seizure because he spoke. She was laughing. So I jumped off the top bunk to tell the guard that she was saying he's not being for real. He had already called the code after they came with a group of guards. They made me sit in the day room and place him on the floor. He really was having one. Point they was laughing and not being adults. At the time it all happened so fast, they put me in a new cell, but he was there for hours. He had passed after, half naked. I was standing in the window there all night watching him, just laying there. I honestly am no good. I honestly can see it. Please, I gave him the best I could give. God bless his soul and family. I'm sorry. I wish I did some to save his life. This is a direct account from his cellmate of what occurred that day, and I think it shows that we have been lied to today, and I'm appalled that the sheriff and JPS did not stay to hear from the people. It's appalling. This whole thing is appalling. We've been nothing but lied to, and Mason was murdered. This was murder. He was begging to get to a hospital. So if all these policies were in place and he was begging us and he was begging his family, he was begging everyone else to get to the hospital, then he had to have been saying it to them. So all these policies are broken. And I think the finite point that can be made by all this is that the people in charge of guarding these, arresting these people, they have lost humanity. They don't see these people as humans. They see them as prisoners. Yeah. They don't believe what they say. They don't believe they're having seizures. They don't believe they're having a problem. He told me on the 26th that he needed to get to the hospital. So 2 days passed. Shortly before, he couldn't feel his legs. He couldn't walk. His cellmate was telling me that he was having to get him food, that he couldn't use his legs, he couldn't use his hands, he couldn't use his feet. This was for days. So this was occurring for days. So he gets arrested for a minor offense of a small amount of a drug that's used to treat depression. He gets incarcerated, kept from care, kept from insulin, clearly denied insulin that day, and murdered. This is murder. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you. Following Mr. Yancey, we have Samuel Hollerman.
Judge, before you start my timer, I'd like to do some report.
Just hand it to him.
Thank you very much. My name is Darren Yancey. I'm Mason's brother. For the record, my brother did have diabetes. And for the record, I absolutely reject the testimony that Sheriff Weber gave in terms of the conditions of the circumstances. Now, obviously, we can't discuss that anymore, but I want that on record. I applaud the fact that the Sheriff's Office and JPS and MHMR have all these wonderful policies that go together. What were the words that were used? He was given life-saving techniques, and he died. Those are contradictory statements, and they don't sit. You've got a lot of my brother's supporters here, and there's reasons for that. Chapter 87, the Local Government Code of Texas Constitution, allows for removal of officials such as sheriff for incompetency, misconduct, or intoxication. I'm not going to go over the number of deaths that we've had because it's all I can do to just sit here and talk. The problem that we've got is my brother was number 9. That's 9 too many. And the challenge we have is you've got the number of deaths under various employees since 2007 that keep occurring. And there's one man at the top, and that's Bill Weber. Now, either at some point you acknowledge a failure of policy and incompetency, or maybe you shouldn't be on this board.
Okay? Those are facts. According to news outlets, he appears to be out of compliance on post-death investigations, violations of the Sandra Bland Act. Okay? I would advise this court to have the Texas Rangers investigate it. Nothing against the Fort Worth Police Department, but from what I've read, they've taken what the internal is and put a rubber stamp on it. That's not investigating. That's simply doing a once-over. There needs to be outside investigation, and I can assure you, the horror stories here that I've heard of other families, I'm shaking right now. My family will bring a political stick to this council that has never been seen. If things are not done right, I promise you that. What I have put forth is the demand for the wrongful death of my brother to both Sheriff's Office and JPS for you to look over. I'm willing to do this in a manner that is without getting into lawyers and litigations, because I do that for a living. And if you're a lawyer here, I'm going to apologize, but I hate lawyers, okay? But the reality is, this cannot continue. How many bodies have to stack up before the stench makes you cry? People birthing in jail? A young man being suffocated to death? Why are we having this man as sheriff right now? Please think about that. Please take the time to reflect. My brother, his visitation will be Friday at the Moore Funeral Home from 6 o'clock. We'll have Mass on Saturday at the Blessed Sacrament Catholic Church in Arlington. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Following Mr. Hollerman, we have Bishop Kirkland.
The sheriff has claimed that we can't expect to have 0 deaths in our jail. He has claimed that inmates come in with health problems and that he cannot change this, he can't affect this, there's nothing he can do. But let me tell you something. Every jail in this country receives inmates who have health problems. They receive inmates who are maybe addicted to drugs, they have permanent conditions, or they have mental health problems. It is only our jail that has 3.5 times the national average of jail deaths per year. It is very clear that something needs to change in Tarrant County Jail. The sheriff has claimed that he has to hold people who are a danger to society, people who are rapists and murderers. Mr. Yancey was put in jail on drug possessions and paraphernalia charges. Who was he endangering? He was held in jail 3 days, and from all appearances, he was denied his medication and died. The sheriff's office has failed to get independent investigations of the last 20 jail deaths that have occurred in his jail. The Sandra Bland Act says that the sheriff has to get independent investigators to come into his jail and assess what happened. Instead, he has his own investigation, and then he has it approved by Fort Worth Police Department. That's against Texas state law. And I mean, if somebody died in my house, I don't get to investigate it myself. I don't see that that should be different for Sheriff Wayborn. I want to thank JPS, MHMR, and the sheriff for being here today. It is a first step in the accountability that we need, but it cannot end here. We need independent investigations into these deaths. These independent investigations need to be made public so that we know what happened, and we need to take active steps to reform our jail, which is a deadly system. I would like to mention also that we hold far more people pre-trial than any other country in the world. You can look that up about the United States justice system in general. I mean, it seems like people are being held who clearly aren't a danger to society. I think that that would be something that we should look at changing. But that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Bishop Kirkland, we have Mr. Bucher.
While our problems are not necessarily black and white, I just found it ironic. When Chastity Bonner died, Wayborn wouldn't come. When Anthony Johnson Jr. died, the sheriff wouldn't come. No offense to these families. 2 white boys died. he's here. That's a problem. We can no longer have the fox with the key to the hen house. The chief of police is a very good friend of mine, and I trust him. However, this is a DOJ issue with this jail. It is not Texas Rangers. It is a DOJ issue with this jail. We are all out here suffering, the Masons, the Yanceys. We are all out here suffering just because the way you guys sit there. The Dems on this side, the Republicans on this side. So we suffer because of bipartisan. We suffer because y'all are so interested in your own political party's agendas until people like these two young men keep dying in that death trap. And we are suffering because y'all are so interested in your agenda. Some people in this room know what talking. Now, I'm a Marine. I'm a retired Marine. I love guns. I'm glad that we have guns. I go to West Africa and do missionary work. I see all the bad guys with guns and the good guys who can't defend themselves. So I'm part Republican. I'm part Democrat. In fact, I'm for whoever's best in my village. I don't have no allegiance to either group. That's right. But my problem is that some of the same people voted for Bill Wayborn because he is a Republican, or some of the same people in this room now who are hurting because of partisanship. Mr. Yancey, I don't care if he was the biggest drug addict on this side of heaven. He did not deserve to die like so many of my ancestors have in the jail that were taken out in the middle of the night and hung on the county square. I liken his death unto the death of my ancestors who died horrible deaths in the United States jail. It is a shame before God that these people could come in here and tell us how prompt and pristine your policies are, and people are still dying. 10 people this year have died. Now that some white boys died, things have changed.
Following Mr. Bucher, we have Billy Wilson.
I will speak on something that I seen while I was at the jail, and this one's probably going to rock a few people, and probably myself. Sorry. I will speak on Robert Miller death, who was a homeless man who was brought in on a Class C misdemeanor, ultimately upgraded to B due to destroying a police officer's car after having his only pictures of his daughter, of his family members, thrown in the trash after getting moved from a homeless camp. I was working the private sector LaSalle when this happened. I was in the processing room where inmates go after you're escorted from LaSalle Corrections after being there 4 to 6 hours before you get your probable cause signed, before you get all the evidence and the judge swears, when the police officer comes down there, all the facts true. After that, we get all the documents, and then once we get them together, we take a group of inmates at certain times. Between 10 o'clock is one time, and then 3 o'clock is the next one, and then throughout the day we kind of take them through Tarrant County processing. Well, when you get up there to processing, you're going to be there a lot more longer because you have to get processed, you have to get your property, gone over with and everything with you, then you sign, then you go to medical from there. And that could be a real timely thing, especially if you're coming in the middle of Arlington, bringing their inmates over, Keller, Colley, whoever's coming in there bringing theirs that are coming in on Tarrant County warrants. So you'll be there for a while. Well, upon escorting Mr. Miller to Tarrant County processing, he was upset. He was not belligerent. He was just upset, crying, and he was talking with me, and I was doing the best I can to keep him calm. And so when he got there, he was just still upset. And so one of the sergeants there said, "Hey, I need you to be quiet." He said, "I just lost everything." And he stood up just for a minute trying to readjust his cuffs, and all of a sudden 4 officers are on him. Beat the tar out of him. And I watched it right there. And I'm a private sector, and we're not allowed to jump in because I'm private and not Tarrant County. And and it's on camera. Then they took him back to the dress-out room where I'm pretty sure, being former corrections, what happens behind the closed doors. Then they brought him out after spraying him in handcuffs, which is a violation. If you do that at TDCJ, you're fired immediately. They won't even talk to you if you do that. While in cuffs, he was already restrained. He was already under control. Carried him out of there. snot coming from his nose. I watched him walk down the hallway, and he's just screaming help. To put him into the single cell, so that way he can calm down, where he can commence to just scream and scream while just absolutely sprayed with OC. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Mr. Wilson, we have Ms. Cox. Is Ms. Cox present?
Happy New Year. Glad to have you people here. Welcome on the board, new members. Glad to hope you work well with us. You might not have heard this. Wrong-headed. Something my daddy taught me. It's when somebody is trying to keep doing something that you know is not going to work, but they keep doing it because they're wrong-headed. Wrong-headed is a democratic government that attends conventions, conferences, and meets with councils and then pushes forth an agenda without general input, public input. Then comes and tells us that everything is okay, and these are just acceptable losses. It's just the way things are. I have seen Mr. O'Hare with your interviews at the end of the year and how proud you were of the accomplishments that you've done and how you've accomplished your goals. And you should be proud because those things that you focused on, you have accomplished. I only wish that you had mentioned that you had wanted to reduce the amount of deaths in the county jail, that you wanted to reduce to 63% of the population that have mental issues, that you had a system of identification of IDD persons, someone who can come and explain to the citizens the actual process on how these families can advocate for themselves. Thank you for bringing that up. And law enforcement. I have many law enforcement friends who can act on the front line, who can actually explain to you which options they have or how they're going to be diverting these people. I wish that my leaders would listen to, would be able to brag about how you listen to your people and you forwarded their agenda and you made access to their agenda, not your national agenda. Thank you.
All right, following Ms. Cox, we have Reed Bills.
Thank you, Court. It is wonderful to be here today amid all these people who suddenly join demands made by a few of us that we must have protocols that work, and we must work out a system that protects the vulnerable when they go into the jail. If people have health care conditions or a history of drug use or just basic diabetes, there are many people with health care conditions who will perchance end up in jail because we incarcerate so many people. I think there are many people with misdemeanors who could just be cited and released. And I've been saying for a long time, we need to reduce the population of the jail because we're now having trouble hiring jailers. And we need fewer people in the jails so that better attention may be paid to the needs of those who are there. There's also a report available for you all, for the new members of the court who may not have seen it. It was called the Critical Incident Response Team Site Visit Report that was prepared by the National Institutes of Corrections. It is replete with suggestions that are very concrete and direct and well considered as to things that we could do that would reduce the chance of people dying in the jail. Some of them have to do with what you do for detoxification for people who come in with alcohol problems or drug problems, whatever. It has to do with increasing the ability of people who do intake to get accurate information from people as they come in. Having an accurate health care record really matters. It matters that somebody at the jail pay attention to family members when they call in and say, my loved one has diabetes, who do I talk to? We need to get them their meds. That kind of call has too frequently gone ignored. There are things that require staff training and that just have to be addressed. People who work at every level need to be aware of their obligation to be sensitive to the needs of inmates and not to think of them as mongrel dogs to be kicked about while they are the last of their time in the jail. Thank you. Please work on this. I really, this is the first time I've seen the whole panel listening with such attention. I really hope that this is going to work going forward. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Bills.
According to media reports, Mason Yancey, age 31, died at the Tarrant County Jail on Friday, December 27th, after suffering a medical emergency. Yancey was booked into the Tarrant County Jail on December 24th. News reports added that during the medical interview at intake, the inmate disclosed a long history of medical issues, and the inmate was scheduled for a medical and mental health evaluation and placed on detox protocol. According to the contract with MHMR Tarrant County, the following is listed under required services. Qualified mental health professionals shall be available in booking 24 hours per day, 7 days per week, to assess inmates. An MHMR assessment shall be done as soon as possible within 4 hours of referral if inmate is in booking, 8 hours if inmate is not in booking, to determine the urgency of that need. Mr. Yancey was scheduled for a medical evaluation and placed in a detox facility. There is no indication that he was ever medically assessed or referred for assessment other than his intake interview before he died, in spite of his history of diabetes. Very little bit has been revealed to the public about the December deaths in the jail. I anticipate that this briefing will open the circumstances of the deaths to a thorough investigation, followed by full disclosure to the court and Tarrant County taxpayers.
All right, thank you. We have public comment speakers, which is a separate category coming up. For now, Commissioner Miles has a couple of appointments he forgot to make. We're going to do that. Then we're going to take a short recess and be back.
Thank you, Judge. I have the following TIF appointments. TIF 3, Downtown, myself, Commissioner Miles. TIF 12, Eastbury Renaissance, Jamal Williams. TIF 13, Woodhaven, Jamal Williams. TIF 14, Trinity Lakes, Jamal Williams. And TIF 16, Veal Ranch, Commissioner Miles.
Second. All right, that's a motion. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously. We will now take a, what is it? What is that, 1:23? We will recess and re-adjourn at 1:30. Yeah, I got it too. All right, we're still waiting on Manny.
He's coming.
All right, we're back on the record, and we now get to the public comment section. Same rules obviously still apply. This, though, is comments on anything that you want to speak on. I'll follow the same process. I'll call two names now, and then I'll repeat it. So if you'll go to the back of the room if you're up next. First up is Matthew Mucker. Following Mr. Mucker is Catherine Woods.
Judge O'Hare and members of the court, my name is Matthew Mucker. I own and reside at the house at 3733 Monica Lane in Fort Worth, which is in the boundaries of the Keller Independent School District. As this court is no doubt aware, on January 9th, the Star-Telegram published a story in which the Fort Worth City Council member Charlie Lauersdorf revealed that he was privately made aware that the Keller ISD Board of Trustees would be considering a split of the district in a special session of the board to be held on January 16th. Since then, a public outcry has arisen over the issue, particularly over whether the board's actions were legal. A story that Star-Telegram quotes several legal experts who opined that the board's discussion of this matter must be done in public, and to do so otherwise is likely a violation of the Texas Open Meetings Act. A follow-up happened to be published about 2 hours ago. I know that today's meeting of the Commissioners Court includes an agenda item, 15B, Closed Meeting Advice of Counsel, with the subject Legal Advice Regarding Education Code, Sections 13.101 through 13.105. It is clear to even the most naive observer, and I can be naive sometimes, that this executive session pertains to the goings-on in Keller ISD. For the same reasons that the legal experts believe that Keller ISD's board's actions were illegal, I am concerned that if this court were to meet in private to discuss this topic, this court too may be in violation of the Texas Open Meetings Act. When all of you were elected, you had to take training on this topic, and I would like to quote to you from the Texas Open Meetings Handbook 2024 published by the Attorney General's Office. A governmental body may not conduct a private consultation with its attorney except when the governmental body seeks advice from its attorney about pending or contemplated litigation or a settlement offer, or on a matter in which the duty of the attorney to the governmental body under the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with this chapter. Although I'm not a lawyer, I can't read this law and conclude that the agenda item posted for today's executive session falls under one of these exceptions. I respectfully request that the court strike this item from today's agenda before retiring to executive session, and to reschedule this item for a public meeting where the attorney consultation can happen in public view, consistent with the principles of transparent and open government upon which our society is founded. Thank you. I can. It is section 551.071.
551, I can't write that fast.
551.071, and I believe that's from page 50 of the Texas Open Meetings Handbook 2024.
Thank you. Following Ms. Woods present, we have Jeremy Parrish.
I'm Katie Woods, and I am also a resident of the Alliance area. I wanted to address you today in regards to concerns that myself and many of the parents in KISD have had with our school board's walking quorum habit. In the last week, rumors of a plan to split our district have leaked to the media, and this plan was worked on by members of our board who live on the eastern side of 377, to the exclusion of members on the western side. The gentleman before me quoted the Open Meetings Act to you, so I do not have to do so. Instead, I'm just going to discuss. The decision to split Keller is something that needs to be brought before the people. It is not something that can unilaterally be decided in a closed meeting session. This is something that should be decided by committee. This is something that should be brought in front of people and debated in front of people. We have rights as voters to do so. After a split occurs, none of the members that are on the side of 377, that is Keller, would be beholden to our side. They have no reason in writing to actually be for our side because we're not their people anymore after a split. So why would they even try? They are going to be for Keller. They are not going to be for Alliance. This is why we have the Open Meetings Act. This is exactly why we have the Open Meetings Act. We need representation in this discussion. They have called an emergency meeting for tomorrow, and I am very excitedly going to be there to hear what this plan is because I do not have faith in them that they are actually looking out for my children. I feel that they are looking out for their children. Mr. Krause and Mr. Ramirez, this is your precincts. We are on both your sides. You owe your people the oversight to keep them accountable and make sure that our district is not bringing to you something that is against the law. They should not have been seeking counsel behind their people's backs. You should not either. Mr. Miles and Ms. Simmons, please help us out. If this is happening in Keller, this can happen anywhere in the district once this precedent is set. Any other town can decide, we don't want the rest of our district. We don't want to support them. We want all of our money to just stay with us and do so because there will be precedent. So please show everyone here that you can stay within the lines when at least it regards our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you Mr. Parrish? Yes, sir. Okay, following Mr. Parrish, we have Barbara Brewer.
Commissioners, Judge, I'm a longtime resident of Keller. I actually live in unincorporated Tarrant County. I'm in precinct 3 or 5, can't tell because the map is like right there. Our neighborhood is carved out. So I'm either with Mr. Ramirez or Mr. Krause. A lot of you that are sitting here, I voted for many, many, many times. I have 3 kids in Keller ISD, 3 different schools. Apparently we're on the wrong side of the tracks. Over the last probably 15 years, I've been really involved with Keller and I've watched the wasteful spending that Keller has done. In the last maybe 10 years, it's been $500 million of bonds to build outdoor practice facilities for football and other sports, new fine arts divisions, new elementary schools, and what it seems to be that's happening here, and this court is going to hold a lot of power if the board in Keller ISD decides to remove part of the district, because you will be tasked with appointing the new school board for the new district and also dividing up the property and the debt. And that's, I think, where this is leading to. Keller ISD, the one that feeds into Keller High School, has for 100 years wanted to be like Southlake. One school, wealthy district. They're tired of being saddled by this debt. Our kids are broke. I'm gonna let you know something that has shocked me. My son told me what a sun butter sandwich is. I've tasked you to go look this up. If you can't afford your lunch money, this is what you get given. It is not peanut butter, but it's sunflower butter sandwich. So what our kids get to eat. I've been involved with Keller. I've watched them spend millions and millions of dollars wastefully. I went to the early learning center that they built, spent $30 million on it. I was in a training course where I watched in an early learning center that is part-time, half-day, preschool age kids $30,000 interactive televisions, whiteboards that no one knows how to operate. They have wasted this money. And what I feel is happening is the new board is trying to get out of jail free. They're trying to walk with the football stadium that was built, the newer high schools, all of the newer elementary schools, and saddle the rest of us with the debt. That's what they're struggling with. They can pay their debt, but they can't do a lot of stuff. Staffing cuts, extracurricular cuts, and Mr. Miles and Ms. Simmons, you're going to play an important role in this.
Thank you.
To not let them walk free.
Thanks, sir. Following, is Ms. Brewer here? Barbara Brewer? No, Ms. Brewer. How about Robert Van? All right, following Mr. Van, we have Chanel Johnson.
Well, back to the jail again. Running the jail is a tough job, a really tough job. I don't envy Mr. Shannon Herklotz at all. He's being asked to assume administrative leadership of a system that has demonstrated serious flaws over the past few years, leading to the deaths of almost 70 prisoners. There are a lot, I know, of dedicated, hardworking employees in the jail system. I've had the opportunity to meet some of them during tours of the jail. Unfortunately, they're responsible for people who can be quite difficult to deal with, which has led to a culture that often shows a real lack of caring. Yet I definitely don't envy Mr. Herklotz. However, I think those of us who have been following events at the jail and advocating for improvements certainly wish him the best. But Mr. Herklotz will be employed by a boss who has proven quite adept at getting elected, but is believed by many in the community to be far less so at fulfilling the duties of his office. And that will likely make his new job even more difficult, really, really hard for him to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. Johnson, we have Janelle Johnson.
So first and foremost, I will make sure my attorney adds this to the bill since I had to leave work early to come here to speak. Mr. Krause, I don't know what you mean by I think that Tarrant County is doing a good thing when there's been over 70 deaths. I don't understand how that's possible when there's barely 70 people in this room, and you equate that means we'll all be dead due to Wayborn's facilities and Eckert, so it's fake. Your constituents, Manning and O'Hare, feel the same way. Again, Mr. O'Hare, you say your mission is to make Tarrant County the safest, largest county in Texas and to remain a place where their American dream is alive. Manny, you've also stated no one will work harder than Manny to create a better future for our children, our community, and our country. But when it comes to my brother's death, I feel like my family has been disrespected. No justice has been served. You don't want to settle with us. We've been lenient, so you can actually add $100 million to our judgment because of that, because you guys think that this is a joke. My brother's death is not a joke. The video is not a joke. You can't defend something that's undefendable. Point blank, period. My brother's murder happened under Wayborn and Eckert's control. So I still don't understand how you guys can twist your lips and say that Wayborn has done an amazing job. He has not. Good luck on you, O'Hare and Mr. Ramirez, on your next election, because with what has been happening to my brother, I doubt anybody will be wanting to vote. Facial expressions, they show what you guys are afraid of want to say, and it means a lot.
Following Janelle Johnson, we have Sharon Hines.
To Mr. Roderick Miles Jr. and Mr. Krause, as the new voices on this commission, I urge you to take a strong stance on this ongoing crisis surrounding the Tarrant County jail deaths. Sheriff Wayborn's leadership continues to raise serious concerns about his ability to ensure the safety and well-being of those in his custody. You have the opportunity to break from an inaction and silence of your predecessors, Commissioner Brooks and Fix, who failed to acknowledge their support of our families. The jail's medical liaison has yet to face any meaningful scrutiny. According to the article from Fort Worth Report, it states that a computer system is implemented to monitor inmates' medication compliance and that medical liaison coordinates with MHMR and therapists. Yet none of those measures were effectively utilized during my brother's tragic murder. This is just not a failure of the system, it's a failure of leadership, and yet the commissioners are the ones who voted for it. Mr. Ramirez, since you keep forgetting our conversation, that is what we're talking about. The power that you have to prevent people having positions in the Tarrant County Jail to continue on with the deaths. Now, this is what I'm going to say. There's a whole video that shows exactly how the jail operates. So it's funny how Wayborn sits here and says that, oh, we're hiding. You are hiding the tape. You are hiding exactly how you guys operate. Down at MHMR, how are you going to sit here and say that your facilities are for us, but yet when we went there to first grab assistance, you denied them? And that's how it all turned out. Like I keep saying, more and more. Every time I come up here and you guys sit here and have the same mindset as O'Hare, the truth will continue on to come out. And it's gonna cost. Now it's gonna cost somebody else's life in your neighborhood, Mr. Krause. I'm curious to see what y'all about to do about that.
Thank you.
Following Ms. Hines, we have Julie Griffin.
Judge O'Hare, Commissioners, good afternoon. I am Sharon Hines. I'm a member of Circles of Christ, a social advocacy group between First Presbyterian Church and Mount Moriah Baptist Church. The words I speak today are my own. I speak for those who have passed and cannot speak for themselves. An article caught my eye the other day, and I try not to listen to the news. I try not to read the news. But when the article said awaiting trial shouldn't be a death sentence, I could not ignore that because that's just makes so much sense. I don't understand why almost 10 deaths a year have been allowed without any accountability. I asked several times, what's the acceptable number? When is it okay? And I know now the acceptable number is when it's one of your own. If one of your family members or one of your friends die in the Tarrant County Jail, some changes will occur. I don't know who investigated, NIC, DOG, or ABC. All I know, it wasn't a civil rights investigation. The sheriff said that people have pre-existing health conditions and he can't do anything about stage 4 cancer. How many of the 69 had stage 4 cancer? He also said there will be some natural isolated incidents. Now pregnancy happens, what, 1 million times a day? That's not so isolated. But to die in jail when you're pregnant and then the baby dies, somebody had to see that. Something had to happen for her to die on the floor alone. If 69 is not an acceptable number, what's being done about that number? Why is the sheriff not being held accountable? I was a commanding officer in the U.S. Air Force and in the security police unit. Had command of about 3,000 people. My boss wasn't concerned about me because he knew I had to come before him. But I was responsible for the 3,000 people under me. I could never go to my boss and play it off. I wouldn't have that kind of nerve. So I'm answering today. Somebody has to be held responsible, and I think this commission would take those numbers seriously when it happens to someone you care about. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Following Mr. Griffin is Charles, I believe, Hermes.
Hello, thank you.
So in December, we lost 2 more human beings in the custody of the Tarrant County Jail, the 8th and 9th deaths of 2024. We've heard now, we know about these 2 deaths from the media and from more information that we learned here. We heard from the sheriff, which actually just provided some information which raises more questions than provides answers. And we also heard from members who were close to Mr. Yancey, atrocious, heartbreaking, what we learned of eyewitness accounts. I mean, these all show the utter failure of provision of medical and health care that people actually need in the jail, despite what the powers that be have paraded up here and told us. The evidence is right before us in these deaths. It's a failure of care of another human being. And as we keep saying, you know, the people who are arrested and placed in jail awaiting trial, or who have a felony jail sentence or whatever, they don't deserve to die. These deaths have not happened in a vacuum. They continue unabated at the Tarrant County Jail, and still, there has been no announcement about complying with the law and ensuring outside investigations of in-custody deaths. Who is our outside investigator for these 2 deaths? We were told by the sheriff today that the medical examiner's office is taking on this role. Is this truly an outside investigation? Doesn't he already perform the autopsy? I don't believe this is adequate as an outside investigation. It is so clear that what we need is a civil rights investigation by the DOJ. I hope the new jail administrator will conduct an upside-down review of all procedures, policies, protocols, training, hiring, culture, and the incidents of death since 2017. We need answers, and we need change.
Is Mr. Hermes present? Is that you, sir? No, you went. Lori Duke? Is Lori Duke present? Okay, following Ms. Duke is Carla Palomares.
It's a clear perversion of justice for the Tarrant County Jail to act as judge, jury, and executioner for those in custody. The jail staffing issue must be addressed. Nothing new here. The HELLO's acronym, our team, is our first priority. Makes me question who really is the priority. Because as I see it, coming from a public servant standpoint, not only are you failing these families who have literally brought their children's ashes to y'all and sat them before you, you're failing the workers that are in the jail, whether they're from the police side, medical side, or anything else, because staffing matters. At 2022, MIT report shows that work environment is the top factor in staff retention, before pay. Work environment. They're working 52 hours. Something we see in public education as well, where 79% of teachers in the union cite as the #1 reason for leaving. Some of whom on this panel have highly criticized. Now, as a former public school teacher working with students with a variety of qualifying disabilities, public schools get 1 school year, no matter the circumstance, no matter who comes into our classroom, to make growth. And I question and I challenge, how long have these families had to sit here and wait for answers and wait for movement to take place? I think it's been longer than I'm given any grace on. And we're dealing with the same issues of mental health and security and all the problems that you see in the jail. Guess what? They're in our public school classrooms too. This is not a new phenomenon, never has been, never will be, but yet we sit here and do nothing. Someone has to be accountable. It needs to be posted publicly. You want to see what schools are doing? You go online, you see every data point from here to kingdom come. I go to the commissioner website, I can't even get a stinking email. A phone number to reach. I come, I miss work, I come, I bring my kids, I get removed for going over the time. I'm sorry. These families deserve answers. I'm here not for politics, but I'm here for the fact that people matter, and Tarrant County needs to start caring. At the end of the day, when we all walk home, we're not all going, bye. Oh yeah, I'm a Democrat, I'm an independent, I'm a Republican. We're going home to our families that we love and care about. And that's what should have happened with the 70 jail deaths. Bill Waybourn needs to be held accountable. Stop making excuses. Stop telling us what's right. Tell us how you are going to fix what is wrong and do it.
Thank you. Following Ms. Palomares is Austin Poff.
My name's Carla Palomares, a resident of Precinct 4. I care about my county. I care about my neighbors and communities, and I care about the people that are sitting in our county jail. If I didn't, I wouldn't be here trying to voice my concerns around their safety and livelihoods. You know, I think in 2024, most of us in this room attended almost every meeting held, and none of us got paid to do it. It's not our job to be here, but it's yours. We actually take time off work, out of our daily lives, away from priorities, yet we all still showed up on average probably 3 times more than Bill Waybourn did. Don't you think that shows how much he cares about our county? He took office 8 years ago, and in that time, Tarrant County residents have spoken out, they've sent letters, they've made calls, and so much more despite all of this. Only one person on this court so far has called for him by name to be independently investigated and held accountable for the negligence of our tax dollars, the jail, and murders and deaths. I have no faith in Bill Waybourn ever fixing the problems at the jail. Poor staffing, outdated policies, lack of funding, whatever excuses he keeps making. He's had 8 years to figure it out, and it's only gotten worse. But some days he says it's the smoothest running jail and the best in our nation. Sure. I have full confidence that he is in fact the problem. We've witnessed 70 people die in our Tarrant County Jail under his failed leadership, and it's very much a slap in the face every time this court continues to praise his efforts, and every time Bill Waybourn continues to stand before us and lie about what actually happens in that jail. As a taxpayer and community member, I feel scammed about where my contributions to this county are going. I'm not okay with people funding a building that's serving death sentences to people who the majority haven't even been convicted of crimes, and I know I'm not the only one. Bill Waybourn must resign. Each of you need to demand his resignation, or you've already failed us for this new year. We cannot have another 4 years of failed leadership over the sheriff's office and jail, and over half and Tim, in a recent interview, you stated that you cared about mental health. Over half the people currently sitting in our jail have mental health conditions. This has been a constant of demographics of our jail for years. Waybourn doesn't care, and I think you should know that by now. Manny, you care about serving our county, doing what's right and just. You still have not met with your own constituents, the Johnson family, to have a good faith conversation and listen to them. Waybourn's made it clear he doesn't care either about the family receiving justice. And I just want to say to you, Bill, wherever you are, I do expect 0 deaths in this jail, because regardless of the crime anyone commits or is convicted of, the purpose of the jail and duties of jail staff are not to be delivering murder at their own hands, which one of your officers and lieutenant were indicted on last year. That's the jail running smoothly, though. We need honesty and transparency, and we need it now, and as long as Bill Waybourn is sheriff, we are being robbed of the truth. It's as simple as that. Nobody should die in the jail. In addition to this, we need the remaining individuals from the jail, MHMR, JPS, who were involved on April 21st in the murder of Anthony Johnson, to be identified and brought to justice, and we need the tape released immediately.
Following Mr. Poff is Chris Dobson.
Hi, y'all. My name's Austin. I was a friend of Mason. I missed the earlier window because I'm bad at instructions. So was Mason. He was a heavily flawed individual, but everybody knew Mason. People were brought together by Mason. A ton of my friends I have because of Mason, and I'm 9 years older than him. He was like a little brother. He was always moving at another speed than I was. So Mason loved America. And he would say, people came here for a shot at better life. They came here for an honest chance. They left places like China. They left places like Iran. They left places like Saudi Arabia. They left places like Egypt. They left places like Vietnam to be here, where people die in pretrial detention all the time. A lady up here said something like 67% of inmates are waiting pretrial pretrial detention. That's before they've had a lawyer. This is before they've been convicted. We're having death sentences involuntarily, guy hanging out over Christmas, not by himself, died. So I have questions for you. Do we have expectations for consequences for people involved? Do we have expectations that they will be named? Are they going to have a fun life? Is it going to be cool? Is it going to be peaceful? Because Mason's family, they're not having that. We saw people up here who have had family members die. They don't have accountability yet. I drove an hour to be here. I took 7 hours PTO. I'm on call this week. I'm a motivated individual. You saw a bunch of people here who were emotional. They were former activists. What you have done, indirectly, by allowing this kind of thing to happen, is wake a dragon. You hear about them in stories. You never seen one in real life. You saw the first steps of it today. Do something. Take accountability. Haul people up here. Name some names. Figuratively, give us some heads. That's what we expect. People in here expect accountability. We have it in our daily lives. If we don't do our job, get out of there. You can go work somewhere else where you can do your job. People have a duty of care with these people. I know they're flawed, they make mistakes, whatever, but they haven't had their day yet in court. They need to at least have that, right? You expect that. You're a judge. You guys are county commissioners, members of the community. You expect that for your kids. Do you know anybody who's diabetic? Probably. Are they going to get the full duty of care while they're in custody? You don't know that now. Have a great day.
Following Mr. Dobson, we have Dr. Brooks McKenzie.
Name's Chris Dobson. I live in Arlington. I come up here to talk about the Election Integrity Commission. I noticed y'all had a meeting in June, reviewed 82 complaints. Some of those were from me. Specifically, I wanted to know why Kazia Farrer, the president of the MISD, was allowed to have an ineligible candidate on the ballot, even after being told by the elections administrators that it was an eligible candidate. All I can think is that the purpose was to ensure that the only legal candidate for that office, a black lady who has a doctorate, could be removed from that seat and have a special election later on. I made further complaints this fall about Stacey Penny, a Tarrant County GOP precinct chair who lives not in this county, but who's been voting here for years. I want to know where that energy that you had for Crystal Mason is these days. It seems to me that the Tarrant County GOP is thick as thieves. I have filed a Freedom of Information Act request with the elections administrator here in Tarrant County in September. It's styled EL 2024-492 and 502. It sought simply campaign finance records, unredacted. The Attorney General of Texas said on December 10th that the Tarrant County DA did not make their case, and that information should be turned over. We are now a month later. I've had no contact from the Tarrant County DA, from the elections. I've gone to both of these locations and tried to speak with somebody. Nothing. Where is that accountability? I'd also like to know, maybe somebody can fill me in later, where are the agenda minutes and videos of the meetings of the Election Integrity Commission? When the law is not applied, when all persons are subject to the law, as our invocation earlier said, we can no longer say that we're living in law and order, but just order. And that order seems to protect Republicans while vilifying Democrats. I don't know if it's race or ideology or gender. But why is it that there is such disparate behavior by the Elections Integrity Commission?
Thank you, Dr. McKenzie. Following Dr. McKenzie, Amy Teal. Is Dr. McKenzie present? All right, is Amy Teal here? All right, following Ms. Teal, we have Geraldine Cox.
Local Government Code, Title III, Subtitle B, Chapter 87, Removal of County Officers from Office. 69 deaths. Over 70? Which number are we using? 69 sounds about right, regardless. One common denominator. The word of the day would get me dragged out and arrested in this courtroom, but it can be found in the 2019 U.S. District Court case of Stewart v. Burkebile regarding anyone who supports the sheriff's version of what is happening on his watch. How much insulin was provided to Mason? Not just medication, but which meds and how much and when? You know that 69 deaths is high, even for a jail. As a political activist who has been arrested a few times and had numerous LEO interactions, my typical response to friends who say, "We'll bail you out," has been, "Don't bail me out. I can handle sitting in jail. Use that money to increase the political pressure via more press." I am now changing my long-standing personal policy. If I ever get dragged off to jail again, do bail me out before I develop a bad case of stage 4 cancer or get suicided or die suddenly from natural causes. The government epically failed to protect the rights of 69 people who are innocent until proven guilty. Your sheriff has cost you millions of taxpayer dollars in settlements, investigations, and lawsuits. You voted to hire 9 different law firms for just one death? That's a heap more than 30 pieces of silver. Whose name will be next? Mason was a friend of mine. Mason was a friend to you. He fought for your rights and served as a delegate to your Republican convention right here in Fort Worth, and you chunked him in your dungeon. You have today assaulted, cuffed, detained, and prevented from speaking here Attorney C.J. Grisham, who helped secure your rights to carry. Officer George, right here in this building, is on our videos escalating public ire and deliberately blocking our right to record what is happening to our friends like Charlie. Your officers are breaking the law right here in public, but I bet your sheriff will assure you they are all legal. Guess what they do when our videos are not pointed at them? We know how this historically plays out. Evils are becoming much less sufferable. Reasonable men will be pushed to do unreasonable things. Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable. And when communities finally explode, they are rarely shaped charges. Sheriff Wayborn needs to be fired from his position, removed. 69 deaths, one common denominator. You know this is happening. Your rules of decorum call for proper respect, but 69 deaths is not respectable. Godly authorities are not a terror to good works and do not bear the sword in vain. But we have evidence that Tarrant County is a terror, and as such is simply a mafia organization masquerading as ordained government.
Following Ms. Cox, we have Maria Perez.
Thank you again, Commissioners. I'm wishing you new greetings. We have half the commissioners are now new. Congratulations on your elections. And I'm hopeful that somehow here in Tarrant County, we can do a good job of reaching across the aisle and concerning ourselves with what measures most reasonably can and should be taken to save the taxpayers' money, to serve the taxpayers well, and to protect the people. I have a particular ask just now, which is that you consider appointing a group of citizens who have demonstrated their concerns about issues to work on some of the problems at the jail. I think we need a person. Maybe the sheriff could just do this. We need someone highly placed, either in the sheriff's office or in Herklitz's office, who will take seriously citizen concerns that they cannot get medications to their loved ones who are in the jail. I think it has to be a prescription delivered to the jail. That might be the way they have to do it to keep up with their security requirements. But something has to be in place, a mechanism has to be in place so that people can get medications to their loved ones without problem. And we need to look at whether we need to have a better special diet for persons with diabetes, because life on beans and rice is not the preferred way of preserving their lives. We need policies and practices and protocols in place, and that's going to require training. It's not just a building for training, it's training for the jailers that occurs probably at shift changes. That's one of the things suggested in the National Corrections Institute report. If you have to get correction, if you need to get training done for everybody fast, you just work out something that you do at shift changes and be sure that people know what they need to know. It's going to be hard, it's going to be lifting, it's going to take time, it's going to take effort. But I have new hope that you all as a group will work on this and make it happen. So, thank you. Please go for it. Thanks.
Is Ms. Perez here? All right. Bishop Kirkland, you're up next. Brianna Baugh follows.
We need real action, not like eliminating 34 unfulfilled positions and calling it $54 million of savings. I get there's a reason why this country, this county, spends more money on punitive rather than rehabilitative. There's more money to be made. We'll have fewer jail cells, fewer jail workers, DAs won't make as much money, fewer ADAs, fewer judges, fewer commissioner court judges that make less than $750,000, fewer lawyers and public defendants, no privatized prisons. Jail crime is big money. I want bad people in my village to be arrested. I want them tried. I want them to be convicted. I want them equally sentenced for the equal crimes that people commit in your community. I don't want our jail looking like a death trap. I've served on the Race and Culture Task Force. I saw all of our recommendations. I saw the 3E Coalition. I saw the Coleman report. I saw the independent report that was done in Washington, D.C. We have all of these reports about the systemic racism that exists in our county, yet we're doing nothing about it. We come here each week to give our legitimate discontentments. Some of you roll your eyes at me like a little third grade girl. Some of you play on your phones. Some of you occasionally even take a nap. My silent stalkers send me posts on media telling me how great our sheriff is doing, because obviously he's doing a good job. He's been reelected. That does not mean that he's doing a good job. I'm just waiting to see all these good Republicans that came here today, if they're going to understand that the wheels of justice turn real slow. I urge you not to give up, and justice will not stop until some committed people like my ancestors who work along the sides of people who look like you. Together, we will continue to knock at the door of justice until someone opens the door. We don't believe you want to open the door, but the massa got to even open the door because of our importunity. The door will not open because you are associated with our grief, but justice will roll down like running waters, and righteousness like a mighty stream. Justice for Marine veteran Anthony Johnson.
Following Ms. Baugh, we have David Reeder.
Hello, hello. My name is Brianna Baugh. All right. I'm a Fort Worth local. Grew up in Northside, went to Arlington Heights, and have a bachelor's degree in business from UNT. Pero hoy quiero hablar a Ramírez, porque tengo una pregunta. Si yo abría como un restaurante y apenas alguien se moría ayer o hoy comiendo la comida mía, no creo que a lo mejor cerrar el business, ¿no? Ese mismo día llegaron la gente a ver, oye, pero ¿qué anda pasando aquí? So aquí tenemos un business, no se quieren mentir, pero es el jail system. Y ustedes lo saben. All that to say, I must say Tarrant County Jail is honestly the worst hotel in town. It's a hotel that y'all select who attends it, right? Then torture them and then murder them, and they're no longer treated as humans. If I opened up a restaurant and someone died, wouldn't there be some people wanting some answers? Wouldn't I be shut down? Wouldn't all the practices be criticized? I mean, I don't know, but all that to say, I know how these people are treated behind the scenes. And it takes months and months and months of investigating and all this to get answers when, come on guys, it's 2025. Let's be real. It don't take that long to get some answers. So, I hope you guys come together, figure out what we can to help these people, get the justice they deserve instead of covering it up. It's been years and years and years of it. And it's funny because I was just talking to my mom recently because it's just going down a rabbit hole. Like I said, I grew up in Fort Worth, but I really want to know more about it, more about Tarrant County. So I have an uncle that back in the 1980s, he was in relations to a white woman, and 2 white boys jumped him because he was getting married to a white woman. Just to say, I don't know where those 2 young boys are at nowadays. I don't know. Maybe they're behind these bars too, helping protect our system. I don't know. But all I'm saying is I worry about the system that we're growing our future into. So let's keep that in mind as we're making these decisions.
Following Mr. Reeder, we have Eric Schaefer.
I would like to start by thanking the judge for the free publicity for the Modern Art Museum of Fort Worth exhibitions. His stunt of having the works of art by a respected photographer removed brought more attention to the exhibit than would be normal, without the sensationalism and the hysteria. As the judge doubtless knows and understands, the American public and voters love nothing more than manufactured sensationalism and a good scandal. And thank you again for publicizing good art with silly, brazen stunts.
Following Mr. Schaefer, we have, looks like Brent McCain.
My name is Eric Schaefer. I stand before you confused today. Earlier, I heard from the authorities who are responsible for the jail, responsible for the health care, tell us how good it is. They're also the people who can be held accountable for it if someone does hold them accountable. And I contrast that with all the testimony that I've heard today. I contrast that with so many other different things that I've read online about the jail here in Tarrant County. One thing I read was that it's a Cadillac model of a jail. And why wouldn't it be? You're spending $100 million a year on this thing. Well, the people on this list here, this is a custodial death report starting in September of 2017. Mr. Grisham wanted to talk about this list of names here, but he wasn't given the opportunity to speak. Sheriff Wayburn and stood over here while his deputies illegally stopped him, detained him, put him in handcuffs, brought him back. They knew they were wrong because they ended up letting him go. But now, Tarrant County, who has paid out millions of dollars in wrongful death, is going to be subject to a lawsuit for more illegal actions by this sheriff. So you know, absolute power corrupts absolutely. It's some saying some smart person said a long time ago. And the stuff that I've seen here today, I saw 2 people get arrested for not breaking any laws, but maybe hurting some feelings. That shows that there's some authorities that are drunk on that power. They're intoxicated.
Yeah.
And just remember, a Cadillac can kill as many people as a Chevy if you've got a drunk person behind the wheel. Thank you.
Is it Brett McCain? Is that the right? Is there a Mr. McCain here? No. All right. Robert Bucher, is he still here? All right. Jane Collins.
I'm Jane Collins, and I'm from Arlington. I just wanted to repeat something that Jackie Cox said earlier about the number of people we're holding in jail without them being even given a hearing. And I think that is one of the main problems, that we can't get around to the health needs of people that are in jail because we have too many people there who have not committed a violent crime, and they could be let go if we weren't demanding bail. I suppose bail is an issue, right? And I think we need to end that. I think they did that in Houston. Anyway, the other night, I went to a vigil on Friday night outside of the Tarrant County Corrections Center, and I met a lawyer. He had been a defense attorney working in the Tarrant County Corrections Center, and he told me that he was there several years, and it was really common not to give people their medication for things like diabetes or mental health. There were several things he mentioned. So apparently, despite the reports we heard today, things aren't going the way they reported. So I think this really needs to be investigated, and I think maybe we do need an outside source to come and do that investigation. It cannot be the sheriff's department, because the kind of reports we get would not match up with 69 deaths. I think there's a problem there. So I'd like to just say, let's contact the Department of Justice. The sheriff is not doing his job, except maybe for the 6 months before the election. I don't know. That's what I heard from somebody today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, do we have any announcements or comments from the court members? Any announcements or comments? All right, so the court will now recess the open session and proceed to closed session to discuss items exempt under 551071, 072, 074, 076, 087, and 0725 of the Texas Government Code. We are now in recess until 2:40 p.m. All right, we had an executive session that lasted about an hour and 20 minutes or so. There's no action to take as a result, so we are now officially adjourned.